Good. Honorable members, before we proceed to call on the last end of the week statement, I did promise you that I'll have my rulings on points of orders that had been raised in the course of this week. I first turn to the point of order that was made by the Honorable Semi Korolev-Sau. Honorable members will remember it was raised by Honorable Semi Korolev-Sau on Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026. Point of order was made pursuant to Standing Order 62, Clause 1, and Standing Order 87 and Standing Order 80, respectively. I have perused the relevant excerpt of the uncorrected Hansard for Wednesday, 27th of May, and I am minded to deduce that the issues raised by the Honorable Korolev-Sau predominantly pertain to Standing Order 80 on personal explanation, which provides a member may explain matters of personal nature with the permission of the Speaker. The personal explanation is not debatable. Honorable members, having further examined the relevant excerpt of the uncorrected Hansard for Wednesday the 27th, I do not find any breaches to the Standing Order 62 Clause 1 and Standing Order 87 as the Honorable Member alleges. I am therefore of the firm opinion that the entirety of Honorable Korolev-Sau's observation is premised on Standing Order 80, and that is personal explanation. In that respect, I hereby rule that the observation by the Honorable Korolev-Sau does not qualify as a point of order under Standing Order 74, and therefore it is out of order and is dismissed. I move on to the point of order raised by Honorable Linda Tambuya. On Monday, the 25th of May, 2026, Parliament debated or deliberated over the Education Bill, first at its second reading through the Committee of the Whole Parliament, and immediately after the bill's third reading in Parliament, with the Minister for Education, the Honourable Asira Ndrondo, moving under Standing Order 88 that the bill be read a third time and do pass. The bill was duly passed by a vote of 38 in favor, 14 against, and 3 did not vote. The Parliament voted on the bill at 9:05 p.m. in the evening, and time is of crucial importance in this respect. In the meantime, the Honourable Pramila Kumar had proceeded to report on a Facebook page the progress of the bill in Parliament with the words in bold letters, "Education Bill passed in Parliament. Schools can now introduce school levy." Members of the public then posted their comments and their views and their opinions following that headline posting. Now, Honorable Tambuya's objection under Standing Order 74(1)A is premised on Standing Order 29 capital A2, which states, and I quote, "A member must not make any social media posting or media releases in relation to any parliamentary business during the sitting of Parliament or any parliamentary committee." The Honourable Kumar, upon being questioned by the chair of the allegation, has freely admitted and in the process offered her apology, explaining that she was not aware of the breach. "I did not know," in her words. Now, Honourable Tambuya had explained that the Standing Order 29A2 is a relatively new provision brought in by the last government towards the end of its term. But I understand the rationale behind it. It's equivalent to the court's sub judice rule, and both have the same objective of protecting the integrity of the process when the matter or issue is being considered and before a decision is made. In the case of Standing Order 29A2, the proceedings of a bill, or for that matter an issue that is presently laid before Parliament, or even in closed committees, cannot be made available to the public until such time it has formally been dealt with by Parliament. The phrase, and I quote, during the sitting of Parliament, end quote, under Standing Order 29A2 simply means whilst the matter is under consideration on the floor of the House. So it stands to reason that once the matter or bill has been fully dealt with by Parliament, then it can be reported on the social media and the public. The media can, as you are well aware, and is permitted to report on the progress of the bill in the House, but a member may not, as a final decision is yet to be made, and the member is or will be a decision maker on the fate of that bill. In this instance, the Education Bill was passed by the House, albeit by majority vote, at 9:05 p.m. on the eve of Monday the 29th. The Parliament, therefore, has completed dealing with the bill at that time. The posting by Honorable Kumar was soon after. So upon the strict application of section of Standing Order 29A2, once the bill has been passed by Parliament, the matter is no longer on the agenda and therefore no longer before Parliament and not alive as an item that is to be considered during the sitting of Parliament. If I may use another legal term to explain the authority of the chair in this case, the matter is res judicata. That is, the matter has already been dealt with by the Parliament at the time Honorable Kumar posted our comments in the Facebook page. It no longer has my authority or power over it. So Standing Order 29A2 only applies to matters including bills that are alive before Parliament, before they are decided or enacted on the floor of the House. To argue the other way, on the other interpretation, to mean that the parliamentary business during the sitting of Parliament, to mean that members are prohibited from posting on Facebook or even commenting until the end of the sitting period of Parliament on laws that have been enacted days ago would, in my view, be absurd, especially when the whole of the country and public have already been informed through the media of the laws and their details. So certainly, Standing Order 29A2 should be clarified to remove any doubt on its purpose and its intent. In all these circumstances, I find that Honorable Tambuya's point of order unsubstantiated and is hereby dismissed. I thank you, honorable members. We'll now move on to the next and the last end of the week statement. And I will now ask the Honorable Inosi Kurindani to deliver the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, my topic this afternoon will be strengthening destination resilience within Fiji's tourism sector. However, Mr. Speaker, the statement will highlight strategies in place by the Ministry of Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry to strengthen Fiji's tourism sector, particularly in relation to climate change adaptation, disaster preparedness, and sustainable tourism infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to deliver my end of the week statement on the theme strengthening destination resilience within the Fiji's tourism sector. Tourism remains one of Fiji's most important economic pillars. It contributes significantly to employment, foreign exchange earnings, rural development, and national growth. However, the increasing impacts of climate change, natural disasters, global fuel and energy prices, shocks and disruptions to international supply chains continue to challenge the resilience and sustainability of the tourism industry. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry recognizes that a resilient tourism sector cannot exist without a resilient agriculture sector. Agriculture and tourism are deeply interconnected. Honorable Speaker, a resilient tourism sector begins with a resilient food system. Fiji's hotels, resorts, restaurants, cruise operators, and tourism service providers depend heavily on a reliable and sustainable supply of fresh local produce. Recognizing this, the Ministry continues to strengthen our farm-to-fork initiatives to improve direct linkages between local farmers and tourist establishments. Though this program, Mr. Speaker, sir, is assisting farmers to align production with tourism demand by improving consistency, quality standards, and year-round supply of fruits, vegetables, fruit crops, livestock products, and high-value crops. This initiative not only supports local livelihoods and rural income, but also reduces Fiji's dependence on important food products, particularly during times of global shipping disruptions and escalating fuel costs. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Ministry has also intensified efforts under the Protected Agriculture Program, which is one of our key climate adaptation strategies. Through greenhouse farming, hydroponics, and shade house technologies, farmers are now better equipped to produce crops in controlled environment despite changing weather patterns, prolonged rainfall, flooding, droughts, and cyclones. Protected agriculture strengthens food supply reliability for the tourism sector, while also improving productivity and reducing crop losses caused by climate-related events. This is particularly important for maintaining uninterrupted supply chains to hotels and resorts during disaster periods and adverse weather conditions. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry continues to promote climate-smart agriculture practices through training, extension services, and access to resilient crop varieties. Farmers are encouraged to adopt water-efficient irrigation systems, soil conservation methods, organic farming techniques, and integrated pest management system that contribute to long-term environmental sustainability. Honorable Speaker, sir, another important area is the strengthening of Fiji's waterways and drainage systems. Through the Ministry's Waterways Program, desilting and drainage improvements works continue to be implemented across vulnerable farming communities and flood-prone areas. These interventions protected agriculture production zones and rural infrastructure from flooding and erosion, ensuring continuity in food production that supports both local consumption and the tourism industry. The Ministry is also working closely with development partners, municipal councils, and tourist stakeholders to support sustainable land use and watershed management. Healthy watersheds and protected agricultural landscape contribute directly to Fiji's ecotourism appeal and environmental sustainability goals. Honorable Speaker, sir, in response to the rise in global fuel and energy prices, the Ministry has promoted increased local food production to reduce transportation costs and import reliance. Encouraging local sourcing with the tourism industry helps keep the economic value chain within Fiji, while lowering carbon emissions associated with imported food production. This approach supports a circular economy where tourism growth directly benefits local farmers, agribusiness, transport providers, and rural communities. It also enhances food sovereignty and national resilience during global economic uncertainties. The ministry continues to support youth and women participation in agriculture through targeted assistance programs, startup farming initiatives, and agri-enterprise development. These efforts create economic opportunities while ensuring a new generation of agriculture producers capable of supplying the tourism market sustainably in the future. Honorable Speaker, sir, the ministry also recognizes the growing global demand for the authentic and sustainable visitor experiences. Increasingly, tourism are seeking locally sourced food, organic produce, traditional farming experiences, and eco-conscious destinations. Though integrated agriculture tourism partnerships, Fiji has the opportunity to further position itself as a premium sustainable tourism destination. Our farmers, not only food producers, they are also custodians of our environment, culture, and rural heritage. Strengthening agriculture, therefore, strengthens tourism resilience. Honorable Speaker, sir, as we move forward, the ministry remains committed to advancing policies and programs that support climate adaptation, disaster preparedness, food security, sustainable infrastructure, and stronger market linkages between agriculture and tourism. By investing in resilient agriculture system today, we are safeguarding Fiji's tourism industry for tomorrow. Together, through collaboration across sector, we can build a tourism industry that is sustainable, inclusive, climate resilient, and firmly rooted in supporting Fijian communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honorable Kurindani. I will now call on the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Honorable William Ngavoka, for his response.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the statement delivered on strengthening destination resilience within Fiji's tourism industry, with the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry, Honorable Kurindani. At the outset, let me state here, Honorable Speaker, how much we welcome the focus by the people in agriculture towards the production of what is required in tourism. We have, as I highlighted in the past, the Farm to Fork initiative with the FAO, primarily, Mr. Speaker said, to align the farmer to the needs of the hotel. What we have established, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a line of communication between the farmer and the chef. As you know, in the hotel, the chef is the one who creates the menu. And some of these chefs are are some of the best in the world, having served in other parts of the world, and they want to feature local producers in their menus. Because as you know, Mr. Speaker, food is also a culture. When you travel to a destination, you want to try their food. And this is not happening in Fiji through this Fork to Farm initiative. What we have as a challenge is the level of discipline that you need within the farming community to enable to meet the needs of the tourism industry. It has to have quality consistently. And that is where we welcome the support of the Agriculture Department to help our people plan accordingly. I know there's also the arrangement with the fishermen in the local community. And we know what it's like in the village. Good catch today, and you take a break for a few days. You can do that. When you're providing supplies to a hotel, it has to be consistent all the time. But Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, so we welcome this relationship. I have regular dialogue with the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, and he keeps asking me, what else can we do to boost the supply of agricultural products to the tourism industry. As we know, Honorable Speaker, a huge challenge for tourism is the leakage factor. that money that comes into the country, which is now about $2.7 billion, how much of it is leaving the country to bring in the goods to service the industry? That is always a challenge. And it used to be quite high in the past, but it has reduced significantly with the efforts that we now have established locally. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, we welcome the statement made by the Assistant Minister of Agriculture. This is pointing to focusing on the resilience for tourism, resilience in the sense of supplying what tourism needs from our Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Honorable members, that we come to the end of the ministerial statements. We move on to the next item. Secretary General.
Motion pursuant to Standing Order 130.
Honorable members, there will be only one motion for debate today. This will be moved by under Standing Order 130 pertaining to the approval of treaties. I now call on the Minister for Justice and Acting Attorney, the Honorable Siromi Turanga, to move his motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the purpose of Section 51 of the Constitution, pursuant to Standing Order 130, subsection 4, that Parliament approves the Fiji ratify the agreement establishing the Advisory Center on World Trade Organization law.
The seconder,
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honorable Tisoau. Now invite the Minister for Justice and the Acting Attorney to speak on his motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Prime Minister, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Fiji is a trading nation. Our sugar, our fish, our bottled water, our tourism, these are not merely economic statistics. They are the livelihoods of our people, dignity of our families, and the foundation of our national future. But being a trading nation in the 21st century means more than having goods to sell. It means understanding the rules of global marketplace, rules that are complex, that are technical, fiercely contested. It means having the capacity to defend our interests when those rules are broken. And it means having a seat at the table, not merely a chair in the gallery. Today, I'm proud to speak in support of the Fiji session to the agreement establishing the Advisory Center on WTA law, a step that will meaningfully strengthen our position in the international trading system. What are the problems we face? Fiji has been a member of the World Trade Organization since 14th of January 1996. For 30 years, we have been bound by a comprehensive body of multilateral trade obligations. Obligations that create both rights and duties, both opportunities and responsibilities. Yet, the harsh reality is this. The WTO dispute settlement system designed in principle to be a greater equalizer between nations is in practice an arena where the well-resourced hold a decisive advantage. Formal litigation before WTO panel or the appellant body can cost millions of US dollars. It demands highly specialized legal expertise that most small island developing states simply do not have in-house. Mr. Speaker, sir, the preamble to the agreement we are considering today acknowledges this plainly. While the WTO is built on equal rules, many developing countries lack the legal expertise and resources to use the dispute system effectively. That imbalance weakens the system's fairness and its credibility, and it weakens our ability to protect the interests of the Fijian people. The solution to the ACWL offers. Mr. Speaker, so the Advisory Center on WTO law was established precisely to address this structural inequality. It is an independent international organization founded in 1999 and operations since 2001, whose purpose is to give developing countries genuine and practical access to high high-quality WTO legal expertise. For Fiji, membership would deliver 4 concrete immediate benefits. First is the free legal advice. As a Category C developing country member, Fiji would receive legal advice on WTO law at no charge, subject to an annual hours cap set by the management board. This means that our trade and legal officials could pick up the phone and obtain expert counsel on market access commitments, subsidies, disciplines, sanitary, technical barriers to trade, and intellectual property, the full range of WTO law without paying by the hour. Second is the subsidized dispute settlement support. Should Fiji ever need to initiate, defend, or participate in a third party in a WTO dispute settlement proceedings, we would receive the support at a rate of US dollars 100 per hour, a 60% discount on the standard rate. This transforms dispute settlement from an option available only to wealthy nations into a realistic tool for protecting Fijian export interests in a sector like sugar, fish, bottled water, and tourism-related services. Third, training and capacity building. ACAWA offers annual WTO law training courses, seminars on recent jurisprudence, and secondment program that places government lawyers within ACWL in Geneva. Over time, these opportunities build the domestic expertise and institutional knowledge that Fiji needs to navigate the trading system with confidence and independence. The fourth, Mr. Speaker, is a voice in governance. As a member of the ACWL's General Assembly, Fiji would hold voting rights and participate in decisions that shape the operations of the institution. We would not merely be recipients of assistance, we would be partners in an enterprise that serves developing countries around the world. I'm pleased to report that to this House that the terms of accession are exceptionally favorable to Fiji. What this moment means, Mr. Speaker? Honourable members, some may ask whether this is truly a matter of national importance. After all, Fiji is not currently engaged in formal WTO dispute settlement. Does accession to a legal support organization really matter to the people of Namboro, Lambasa, or Singotoka? I say yes, and I say it clearly. The rules of international trade shape the price of farmers receive for the sugarcane. They determine whether our fish exports face unfair barriers in foreign markets. They govern the conditions under which our tourism can compete globally. When those rules are violated, we need the capacity to respond. When the new trade agreements are negotiated, we need the expertise to understand what we are agreeing to. And when disputes arise, as they will, we need counsel, lawyers, who we can afford. ACWL membership does not transform Fiji overnight, Mr. Speaker. However, but it gives us the tools to grow, to build a generation of trade lawyers who understand the WTO system, to develop institutional memory that does not walk out the doors when an official retires, and to engage the multilateral trading system on more equal terms than we do today. Article 14 of the agreement is explicit. No reservations may be made. Fiji must accede without qualification or not at all. I have no hesitation in commending this agreement to the House without qualification, Mr. Speaker, sir. The benefits are real. The costs are negligible. The financial barrier has been removed by our partners, and the legal path is clear. Accession to the ACWL is consistent with Fiji's long-standing engagement in the rules-based multilateral trading system. It is consistent with our commitments to our Pacific neighbors and to the developing world. And it's consistent with our obligation to the Fijian people to protect their livelihood, to defend their rights, and to ensure that Fiji's voice is heard wherever decisions that affect our future are made. I commend this agreement to the House. Pinaksabali.
Thank the Minister for Justice, Yating Soni. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I see any honourable Honorable Usmati.
Thank you, sir, and I thank the Honorable Minister and the attorney for his motion today. I think on our side of the House, we fully support the motion and the need to be able to make use of the advantages that are given by being in agreement and joining the advisory center of the World Trade Organization. So the World Trade Organization has had a huge impact on the world in terms of making sure that things in terms of trade, there's more predictability around them, and that there can be, there's more stability in the way that trade is carried out. And also it is a way also that we can see that the principles of transparency and the non-discrimination and binding dispute settlements are used across the world. As small nations, when we try to act on our own within a larger framework, we can always be bullied around. So it's good that since Bretton Woods and since the inception of the World Trade Organization, it has brought about that greater stability in the way world trade is functions. For smaller economies, for small island nations like ourselves, the rules-based system that we have for multilateral trade is very, very critical. It's very important. It gives us something to stand firmly on, and it's something, as the Minister has pointed out, we need to be able to make use of it to the best of our abilities. One of the things that we have noticed in the past, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you talk about climate funding, for instance, one of the reasons we could not get access to that climate funding because we did not have the people that could get it for us or lack the knowledge. So also the same is true also for the World Trade Organization and the facilities that it offers. There's a lot of capacity. The Minister has highlighted a lot of those issues, and what I found of interest also that they provide, I think, about nine months where our lawyers from Fiji can go and learn about the practices and policies and how to make use of their services under the guardianship and leadership of the very experienced people that they have within that particular center, Mr. Speaker, sir. So some of the notes that these services are available to the developing country members of the ACWL, to the LDCs, and he said there are concessionary rates that we're able to do this. So signing up to this agreement will enable our countries to obtain a full understanding of our own rights and how to access the services that they have, and the obligations under WTO towards Fiji as a country that is trying to participate on the global front. While I state this, I do have some concerns about some of the things that are happening around the world today that is having an impact on WTO and the whole spirit of multilateralism that has driven trade over the past few decades, 4 or 5 decades and so forth. Because of inherent power balances that we have, we find that wealthier nations often set the agenda for how trade is carried out. So when you have that framework and it's implemented and and all the countries in the world abide by it, it gives us space to breathe and it gives them stability in what we do. We have noticed over the past 2 years, there's been a lot of actions by the United States of America, for instance. It seems to be declining in its support for the World Trade Organizations. And they've, in fact, called, there's been some call, they're talking about stopping funding to the World Trade Organization. They're talking about there's a greater rise of protectionism in the U.S., when they have a U.S. policy outlook, and that is having an impact on other countries that are doing the same thing. And when these things happen, the framework in which WTO operates becomes slightly weakened, and that can have an impact on us because we don't have the kind of power that these countries have. So there seems to be a move globally towards moving away from multilateralism. So on our side, while we fully support this, I think that my plea for government would be to do what we can as small island states to make sure that we maintain that multilateral approach to world trade. So we're joining this group in order to learn more how to do it, but it won't really matter if multilateralism disappears. So I think for us as a multi-island nation, we'll get a lot of benefit out of this. We must do our best, to the best of our ability, to maintain that multilateral framework for managing trade globally. Thank you, sir. With those words, I fully support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Usmati. I now invite the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Honorable Sakir Zenditoka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion moved by the Honorable Attorney General for Fiji's accession to the Advisory Center on WTO law. The accession represents a proactive and strategic decision, Honorable Speaker, sir, by government to strengthen Fiji's long-term ability to participate effectively in the international trading system. It's a forward-looking investment in Fiji's institutional capacity, technical preparedness, and economic resilience. The international trading system is becoming increasingly rules-based, technical, and complex. I certainly hear the concerns aired today by Honorable Usamate. That is true, but it's all the more so calls upon us as nations to work together, especially the South-South cooperation, working together as small island countries as well, to ensure that the multilateral system continues to operate. They extend far beyond tariffs and border measures. They now involve highly specialized areas such as fisheries, subsidies, digital trade, intellectual property, climate-related trade measures, environmental standards, and increasingly sophisticated dispute settlements processes under the World Trade Organization framework. And as a small island developing state, Mr. Speaker, so Fiji must ensure that we are equipped not only to participate in these discussions, but to do so effectively, confidently, and strategically. The reality is that international trade law requires highly specialized expertise. Many large economies have extensive legal and technical resources dedicated solely to trade negotiations and disputes. And smaller developing countries, including Fiji, must manage a very broad trade agenda with more limited resources, which is precisely why the AECWL was established by WTO members to provide developing and least developed countries with access to legal expertise, technical advice, training, and dispute settlement support that may otherwise be financially out of reach. In many respects, Honorable Speaker, the AECWL was created specifically for countries like Fiji. Government's decision to accede to the AECWL is therefore about ensuring that Fiji proactively accesses the tools, the expertise, and institutional support mechanisms that already exist within the multilateral trading system for developing countries. And rather than waiting until the challenges arise, we are taking steps now to strengthen our preparedness, build technical capability, and ensure Fiji has access to specialized support when needed. And Fiji has become increasingly active in international trade negotiations and regional economic initiatives. We have played leadership roles in negotiations on fisheries subsidies. We've advocated strongly for the interests of small island developing states. We've negotiated highly technical agreements like the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, alongside developed and large developing countries, and actively participated in discussions on WTO reform, e-commerce, climate and trade, and regional integration initiatives. Fiji is also advancing important national priorities in areas such as trade facilitation, e-commerce, export diversification, and market access for our businesses and exporters. And as our engagement grows, so does the importance of ensuring that Fiji has access to high-quality legal and technical expertise to support evidence-based decision-making and effective participation in international trade processes. So accession to the AECWL will strengthen Fiji's ability to access, one, affordable legal advice on WTO law matters, obtain technical support when necessary, build expertise of government officials through training and capacity building, better understand our rights and obligations under WTO agreements, and protect Fiji's long-term trade and economic interests. And importantly, this accession does not create new trade obligations for Fiji. It simply allows Fiji to access support mechanisms and resources that were specifically established to assist developing countries within the multilateral trading system. This government remains committed to ensuring that Fiji is not merely reacting to changes in the global economy, but preparing for them. We are strengthening institutions, modernizing our trade frameworks, improving trade facilitation systems, supporting exporters, and positioning Fiji to compete effectively in an evolving international environment. An accession to the AECWL is entirely consistent with that broad approach. It's a practical, sensible, and forward-looking step that strengthens Fiji's national capacity, and reinforces our commitment to a fair, inclusive, and rules-based international trading system. Honorable Speaker, therefore, fully support the motion before Parliament and commend Fiji's accession to the Advisory Center on WTO law. Nasa value.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Garagari Tamboa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence to speak to the motion before the House. Most of the things I wanted to mention have already been spoken about by Honourable Usamate and also Honourable Minister Nditoka. But I also wanted to add one thing that none of the speakers before me have mentioned, Honourable Speaker, and that is the committee also carefully considered the financial implications of accession. The committee notes that Fiji's one-time accession contribution is equivalent to 43,000 Swiss francs, around 120,600 Fijian dollars. And this is going to be fully funded by the governments of Australia and New Zealand. The committee notes, however, sir, that this funding arrangement will expire on the 30th of June, 30th of next month. So the committee therefore considers it important that Fiji accede to the agreement within the available time frame to avoid losing this one-time opportunity. So, Honourable Speaker, after careful consideration of all the submissions and the evidence received, the committee unanimously agreed that accession to the agreement establishing the Advisory Centre on WTO law is in Fiji's national interest. And with those remarks, Honourable Speaker, I support the motion before the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Garagari Tamboa. I give the floor to the Honorable Professor Prasad. Professor Prasad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and be very brief. The Honorable Attorney General, Minister for Justice, has laid down the rationale. I think this is a very timely ratification of this agreement on the establishing of the Advisory Center on All Trade Organization law. Mr. Speaker, having worked for WTO and having been part of the WTO negotiations in the past for many years, I can say this with a lot of confidence that the trade negotiations are generally very, very technical, particularly issues such as rules of origin, the technical nature of trade agreements generally, requires special expertise, not only legal expertise, but economic and financial expertise as well. So having the services of the Advisory Center on World Trade Organization law, particularly for small island states, small developing countries, is very, very critical. And I agree with Honorable Usamate. While some people might be advocating or providing this opinion that multilateralism is on the decline, I think it is accepted by most developing countries, smaller island states throughout the world, that multilateralism has to be protected. It has to be a pillar on which not only trade negotiations, but negotiations including environmental agreements, etc., will have to be very, very carefully protected and guarded, and especially for countries in the Pacific like ours. The other important point that I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that most countries have their own national trade policy frameworks. I mean, Fiji has had its trade policy framework. Many of the Pacific Island countries also have that. We are in the middle of consulting on our next trade policy framework, 2026 to 2035. And I think once we have that trade policy framework, any negotiations that we take or undertake from now onwards, and there are several that we would be undertaking, this advisory services to Fiji would be very, very important. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say that some of the work that the former Trade Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Kamkumida and his Permanent Secretary, Mr. Shaheen Ali, have undertaken has been quite an achievement. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the former Permanent Secretary, Sain Ali, who's got a lot of technical expertise in trade negotiations for his work in the past. But equally, I want to congratulate the new Permanent Secretary for Commerce, Dr. Radhika Kumar. She comes from the Commonwealth Secretariat. She's worked in trade negotiations before, and so I'm pretty sure that she will also provide that very, very important, technical expertise and knowledge in supporting trade negotiations that Fiji will undertake. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the motion before the House. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Member, Professor Biman Prasad. I now will invite the Minister for Justice and the Acting Attorney to exercise his right of reply.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to also commend the work of the committee, and not only the work of members of the committee, the ministry, and the people who have been involved up to this stage. I understand the issues raised by Honorable Sumate. Being a small nation, of course, there are challenges, but one thing that we have here is perseverance, how we can use our small size to work with other countries, and we have a better position in the Pacific through the able leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. I fully commend the motion before the House.
Thank you, Minister. The Parliament will now vote. The question is for the purpose of Section 51 of the Constitution and pursuant to Standing Order 130, Clause 4, that Parliament approves Fiji ratify the agreement establishing the Advisory Centre on World Trade Organization law. Does any member oppose the motion? No. As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. We move on. The Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honourable members, please take note that we have 5 bills to deal with today. The first bill will be under Standing Order 51 for referral, whilst the others will be for third reading, debate, and passing. I first call on the Minister for Policing and Communications, the Honourable Ioan Enable Rua, to move his motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Orders 51, I move that the Fiji Police Bill 2026 be considered by Parliament without delay, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament, that the bill must be immediately referred to the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, that the Standing Committee must report on the bill at the next sitting of Parliament, and that upon presentation of the report on the bill by the Standing Committee, the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament with the right of reply given to me as the member moving this motion.
Is there a seconder to the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Leader of the Government in the House. Seconder, I now call on the Minister for Policing and Communications to speak on his motion.
The Honourable Speaker, sir, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable members, I rise in this August House to present the Fiji Police Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is an important moment for Fiji, a milestone for the Fiji police force. Policing sits at the heart of public safety, public order, and public trust. The law that governs the Fiji police force must therefore be modern, clear, accountable, and faithful to the Constitution and our people. The current Police Act has served Fiji since 1965. But the environment in which the police now serve has changed significantly. Fiji faces more complex criminal activity, including organized crime, illicit drugs, digital offending, maritime vulnerabilities, and transnational networks. Our legal framework must keep pace with these realities. The bill seeks to provide Fiji with a policing framework that is operationally capable, professionally accountable, constitutionally compliant, and worthy of public trust. Criminal networks today are highly organized, technologically advanced, well-funded, transnational in nature, and increasingly exploit digital, maritime, and legislative gaps across jurisdictions. Effective progress in addressing these crimes require modern legislation, professional policing, lawful powers, and the confidence of the communities that the police serve. By overhauling outdated practices and fostering greater community trust, the Fiji Police Force can transform its operational network and improve overall safety for our citizens. The bill seeks to balance modern law enforcement capability with democratic accountability, judicial oversight, and the protection of constitutional rights and freedoms. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill will align our efforts with international policing standards, observing justice, maintaining peace, and upholding respect for the rule of law. It will also reaffirm our posture as an island nation committed to advancing regional stability anchored in peace, security, social inclusion, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Act underwent a comprehensive review led by the Ministry, the Office of the Solicitor General, and the Fiji Police Force. Over an 8-week period, the review team conducted 46 in-person consultations across all 13 provinces, gathering views from the members of the public. Advertisements were done in the local media, informing people of the date and venue for the consultation sessions. Similarly, written submissions made through an online portal were also considered as part of the nationwide consultation process. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the consultation process, validation workshops were held with state representatives, civil society, human rights organizations, and of course, for final validation with the Fiji Police Force. Mr. Speaker, sir, importantly, the bill highlights 4 new features, namely investigation and enforcement powers, digital investigation and forensic capability, community policing, and the Fiji Police Force Disciplinary Tribunal. These provisions will establish the lawful investigative framework necessary for combating serious organized criminal activity and modern transnational criminal networks. The bill introduces modern investigative powers for serious and organized crime, but these powers are not open-ended. They are subject to legal thresholds, judicial oversights, proportionality, and constitutional safeguards. But this judicial oversight and mechanism is specifically intended to ensure legality, accountability, proportionality, protection against abuse of power, and compliance with constitutional human rights and protection. Honorable Speaker, sir, The bill also significantly modernizes Fiji's legal framework relating to digital investigations and forensic policing capability. The bill strengthens the Fiji Police Force legal authority relating to lawful access to digital devices, preservation and handling of digital evidence, and forensic examination procedures. These reforms are essential to ensuring that the Fiji Police Force remains capable of investigating and prosecuting technologically enabled criminal activity using legally admissible and professionally managed evidence. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill also establishes the Fiji Police Force Disciplinary Tribunal, a reform intended to strengthen confidence in internal disciplinary processes, improve fairness and natural justice, enhance accountability and professionalism, and reinforce public trust and institutional credibility within the Fiji Police Force. The tribunal provides an independent appeal mechanism for an aggrieved party seeking review of disciplinary decisions made by the Commissioner of Police. This reform, Mr. Speaker, sir, will ultimately seek to strengthen accountability, transparency, procedural fairness, and institutional integrity within the disciplinary framework of the Fiji Police Force. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill recognizes that effective policing cannot rely only on reactive enforcement. Safe communities are at the heart of nation building, built through trust, prevention, partnership, and shared responsibility. This includes police collaboration and cooperation with communities, traditional leadership structures, faith-based organizations, civil society, women, youth, and local stakeholders. The inclusion of community policing within the legislation formalizes government's commitment to prevention-focused policing, strengthening public trust and information sharing, enhancing social resilience, and promoting whole-of-nation approaches to crime prevention and public safety. This provision also provides stronger legal and policy support for existing and future community policing initiatives throughout our nation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fiji Police Bill 2026 is not only about strengthening the powers of the police. It is about strengthening the standards, safeguards, accountability, and trust that must govern the use of those powers. It is about safer communities. It is about being guided by a clearer law. It is about a more professional and accountable Fiji police force. And it is about ensuring that policing in Fiji remains faithful to the rule of law and responsive to the needs of our people. These reforms collectively seek to ensure that Fiji's law enforcement and security institutions remain capable, coordinated, modern, and resilient. Mr. Speaker, sir, I commend this motion to the House. Nasser.
Thank the Honorable Naval Rua, the Minister for Policing. Honorable members, the bill has now been moved. The floor is open for debate on the motion. And at the end of the debate, we will give the right to reply to Honorable Naval Rua as a mover. Honorable Usamate.
Thank you, sir. I think Fiji has been looking forward to this bill for some time. It's an important bill. And I'm glad that the Minister and the Ministry has carried out extensive consultations that they have, that the Minister has outlined. I think from our side, it would have been preferable for us to go through the whole process of reviewing bills, but we are glad that it is moving to the committee, giving us a. And I think that's a message that for all of the other ministers and deputy prime ministers, move your bills to the committee so we can get full scrutiny. And I'm sure the Justice, Law and Human Rights Committee will be looking forward to bringing back this bill at the next session. Thank you, sir.
Thank Honorable Usmati. I don't see any more intervention. I will now call on the Minister for Policing and Communication to speak in reply.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I thank the House for your support, and I'm sure the other side of the House will be happy when we passage this through. And I am excited of what is ahead of us when this process is completed, Mr. Speaker, sir. So therefore, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. The Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to Standing Order 51, A, the bill or the Fiji Police Bill 2026 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through the one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, the bill must be immediately referred to the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights. D, that the Standing Committee must report on the bill at the next sitting of Parliament. And E, that upon presentation of the report on the bill by the Standing Committee, the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament, with a right of reply given to the Minister as a member moving this motion. Does any member oppose the motion? No. If no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Move on to the next bill. Honourable members, I now call upon the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Honourable William Ngavoka, to move his motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Tuesday, 26 May 2026, I move that the Tourism Bill 2026 be debated, voted upon, and passed.
Is there a seconder?
Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable Tiswau, honourable members, please take note that pursuant to a resolution of Parliament on Tuesday, 26th of May 2026, the debate on the bill will be limited to 1 hour. So I now call on the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, Honourable William Ngavoka, to speak on his motion.
Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Cabinet members, Honourable Members of Parliament. In moving this bill, I wish to address the House on the purpose, content, and significance of this legislation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, tourism is not simply an industry in Fiji. It is a lifeline. And while we continue efforts to diversify the Fijian economy, tourism remains a lifeline and a backbone today and for the foreseeable future. And yet, Mr. Speaker, sir, for over 5 decades, this lifeline has operated without a dedicated, fit-for-purpose legislative framework. We have been managing a 21st century industry with a 20th century tool. Mr. Speaker, the Hotels and Guest Houses Act of 1973 was created for a colonial economy that bears no resemblance to the sophisticated, globally competitive tourism sector Fiji has become. These ends today. Mr. Speaker, on part one, every good piece of legislation begins with clarity of purpose. Part one provides exactly that. This bill seeks to establish a comprehensive legal and institutional framework for tourism to promote practices that support sustained economic growth while protecting the environment and preserving cultural heritage. Mr. Speaker, the guiding principles of the bill are economic contribution, sustainability, inclusivity, resilience, cultural respect, partnership, and transparency and accountability. On part two, Mr. Speaker, a good policy requires good institutions. Part 2 creates a governance architecture that gives its legislation its operational backbone. The bill gives clear responsibility to the minister to formulate national tourism policies, oversee the act, and support investment priorities. The centerpiece of Part 2 is the establishment of the National Tourism Council, a genuine cross-section of every stakeholder with interest in Fiji's tourism future. Tourism Fiji's role is also complemented. They will integrate sustainability into national branding, collaborate with the Ministry on promoting the tourism standards, and align all activities with the objects of this Act. On Part 3, Mr. Speaker, Part 3 establishes for the first time the Fiji tourism standards. Once passed into law, we will be amongst one of the few countries in the world that will have its nationally owned, nationally governed tourism standards. The standards comprise two components, the tourism destination standard and the tourism industry standards. The former assesses the specific destination of a place, while the latter assesses individual tourism enterprises. Mr. Speaker, I draw particular attention to the formal recognition of community, indigenous, and micro-tourism enterprises, or CMTES, as a distinct and valued category. This is a deliberate policy choice. For too long, these operators have been measured against frameworks designed for larger commercial enterprises that created barriers rather than pathways. The village homestay, the community cultural experience, the tour guide, these are the authentic heart of Fijian tourism. Mr. Speaker, the Tourism Enterprise Register, the official statutory record of all tourism enterprises, will be publicly accessible, creating genuine visibility incentives for operators to meet and maintain standards. Compliance becomes not just a regulatory obligation, but a commercial advantage. Part 4 and 5, Mr. Speaker, a standard without verification is merely a suggestion. Part 4 establishes a certification pathway and a register of acceptable verifiers, independent and technically competent persons who can support enterprises through the self-assessment process. Certification may be delegated to accredited bodies, making the system scalable across all of Fiji's islands and communities. Part 5, Mr. Speaker, provides enforcement tools. Standard officers who may inspect premises, examine records, and issue compliance notices. Where non-compliance is found, the officer specifies the breach, the required remedy, and a reasonable time frame. On Part 6, Mr. Speaker, establish a tourism fund on a principle I believe is fundamentally fair, that industry contributes to the system, comes back to the system. The fund is explicitly designed to reach those who need support most, but importantly, the administration of the Fiji tourism standards, training and guidance materials for enterprises, capacity building for CMTES and MSMEs, technical assistance, community outreach, and tourism infrastructure priorities identified by the National Tourism Council. The fund is subject to the full financial management and audit requirements of the Financial Management Act 2004. Part 7, Mr. Speaker, is investments. Investment follows confidence, and Part 7 creates the conditions for sustained, inclusive, and responsible tourism investment. The incentives available are comprehensive: tax concessions and exemptions, duty exemptions, grants and subsidies, preferential financing, and expedited approvals. They are not designed exclusively for large resort developers. They are designed to support the full spectrum of tourism investment, including CMTS and MSMEs, who have historically been locked out of formal investment facilitation. Part 7 sends a clear message. Fiji is open for business, the rules are transparent, and the government is an active and accountable partner. Part 8, Mr. Speaker, Fiji is not simply a beautiful collection of islands. Fiji is a living culture. The warmth of the Fijian welcome, the ceremony, the song, the story, the craft, the spiritual relationship between people and land, these are not marketing assets. They are the intellectual and cultural heritage of indigenous communities, and they deserve the full protection of the law. Every tourism enterprise is required to respect and protect the traditional knowledge, cultural practices, and intellectual property rights of indigenous communities. Part 9, 10, and 11, Mr. Speaker, establish the maintenance of comprehensive tourism statistics and data system in collaboration with the Fiji Bureau of Statistics. The ministry is also required to produce an annual report, which the minister must lay before Parliament and make publicly available. Part 10 protects the rights of operators. Part 11 completes the framework with confidentiality protections. Mr. Speaker, the Hotels and Gas Act 1973 will be repealed. Existing operators have 12 months from commencement to register under the new framework. No operator will be left behind. Mr. Speaker, the bill replaces colonial era legislation with a framework bill for Fiji's future. The legislation places Fiji on a trajectory of sustainable, equitable, and resilient tourism growth. Mr. Speaker, this is not merely a good legislation. It is necessary. It is a legislation this nation has waited for decades. I commend the bill number 10 of 2025 to the House. Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I have a list of speakers with me, and considering the time we're in, I will move first to the suspension motion, then I will open the floor for the speakers to continue. So for the purpose of complying with the standing orders, with respect to our sitting times, I will now call upon the Leader of the Government in Parliament, the Honourable Rofili Betuswao, to move a suspension motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for the purposes of complying with standing orders, with respect to sitting time, I now call upon Mr. Speaker. So I move under Standing Order 6 that so much of Standing Order 23(1) is suspended so as to allow the House to sit beyond 12:30 p.m. today, 4:30 p.m. today to complete the remaining items listed on today's order paper.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Now call upon the Leader of the Government to speak on his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. As we are still moving through the order paper, especially the bills in front of us, which is why the motion is being tabled.
Thank you. The floor is open for debate. Is there any? Don't see any. So I'll call on the Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I do not have any further comments.
None. The Parliament will now vote. The question is that under Standing Order 6, that so much as Standing Order 23, Clause 1, is suspended as to allow the House to sit beyond 4:30 today to complete the remaining items listed on today's order paper. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Thank you, honourable members. Now we'll move on to the interventions, the speakers on the motion. I first call on Honourable Tumbun. Before I do, let me, the time for each of the speakers on the government side is 4 minutes each, and there's only one speaker on the opposition, and 22 minutes is given to that. So the first speaker on the government side, Honourable Tumbuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Tourism Bill 2026. In particular, I wish to speak to Part 2, Institutional Framework and Governance of the Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the Deputy Prime Minister has spoken on the policy architecture. I wish to speak on the legal architecture. Because of the strength of any governance framework lies not just in who sits at the table, but in the precise legal obligations, safeguards, and accountability mechanisms that govern what happens there. Ministerial accountability. Mr. Speaker, sir, clauses 6 and 7 of the bill vest responsibility for tourism is administration clearly and unambiguously in the minister responsible for tourism. That responsibility is specific. The minister must formulate and review national tourism policy, oversee implementation of the Act, approve tourism standards, approve destination management plans, and support tourism investment priorities and incentives. The minister undertakes direct responsibility for issuing, suspending, and cancelling recognition certificates for tourism enterprises. These are not broad discretionary powers, they are defined obligations. The Act ensures that the minister has legislative responsibility. Clause 6.2 establishes an important safeguard that I want this House to note carefully. Functions may be delegated where operationally appropriate, but
That delegation must be in writing and may carry specific conditions and may be revoked at any time. Mr. Speaker, sir, that the single provision closes a governance loophole that has allowed accountability to diffuse in other legislative frameworks. Delegation is permitted, accountability is not transferable. National Tourism Council. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Deputy Prime Minister has spoken about who sits at the National Tourism Council. I want to speak about what the Council is legally required to do because of its membership. Under Clause 8, the Council's functions are binding advisory obligations. It must advise on tourism policy and strategy. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not a council that may advise when convenient. It is a council that is required to advise the minister who is required to engage with those recommendations. That distinction matters enormously for the integrity of the governance framework. Whole of government coordination, Mr. Speaker, sir, the most underappreciated provision is Part 2 is Clause 10, the whole of government coordination obligation. The Permanent Secretary is legally required to coordinate with relevant government agencies on every matter affecting tourism, environmental protection, land use planning, transport infrastructure, health and safety, labor and employment, investment, facilitation, cultural heritage preservation, and fisheries, and maritime and fisheries management. Tourism, alignment embedded in law. Clause 9 goes beyond tourism Fiji's national marketing mandate. It is now legally required to integrate sustainability into national branding, collaborate with the ministry on promoting tourism standards, support data collection and market intelligence, and align all activities with the objects of this Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, Part 2 delivers in legal terms in its precision about who is responsible, what they do, and how accountability is maintained, and how the machinery of government is coordinated around a single national priority. That precision is the foundation on which everything else in this legislation depends on. I commend the tourism bill to the House, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Tumuna. I call next on the Honorable Vithoka, Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Tourism Bill 2026, particularly focused on Part 7. Tourism investment and incentives, and I do so from the perspective of the ministry responsible for Fiji's external trade relationships and our engagement with the global investment community. The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister has already outlined what Part 7 provides. I wish to speak briefly to what it means from where I sit at the interface between Fiji and the investors, trade partners, development financiers, and international institutions who are carefully watching what this Parliament does today. Mr. Speaker, in my engagements with some of the international investors and trade partners, one question comes up more than any. Not that is Fiji a beautiful destination? They already know the answer to that. Are the Fijian people welcoming? Already, the world already recognizes that. The real question is this: what are the rules? What investors seek above all else is certainty. They want to know the framework governing their investment is transparent, predictable, stable, and enforceable. This bill answers that question directly. By placing the tourism investment framework into legislation, we are giving every investor, domestic or international, the strongest assurance a government can offer. Not a ministerial undertaking, not a temporary policy paper, a law passed by this Parliament. The rules are written down, they are transparent, they are enforceable. That is what serious investment destinations do, and that is what Fiji is doing today. Mr. Speaker, from an external trade and investment perspective, the incentive framework in Part 7 is well designed for where Fiji's tourism investment pipeline actually sits. Large tourism investments do not begin generating returns overnight. Resorts, marina infrastructure, integrated tourism developments, and ecotourism ventures require patient capital, long planning horizons, and substantial upfront risk before they begin producing returns. This framework recognizes that reality. Tax concessions and exemptions therefore serve an important purpose. They support the larger catalytic investments that create employment, generate foreign exchange earnings, stimulate construction, expand aviation and maritime demand, and create downstream opportunities for local businesses and communities. At the same time, Duty exemptions on imported equipment and material assist existing operators seeking to upgrade facilities, modernize infrastructure, improve standards, or expand capacity. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, the framework is not designed only for the large investor. Grants, subsidies, and preferential financing arrangements also create pathways for the smaller operator, the community-based enterprise, and the local tourism entrepreneur who may have the product, the culture, the location, and the vision, but not yet the financing capacity to compete on equal footing. Each of these incentives, therefore, speaks to a different investor profile, domestic and foreign. Together, they cover the full spectrum of Fiji's tourism opportunity. Because Fiji's tourism investment landscape is not a single category, it is diverse, evolving, and increasingly sophisticated. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to speak briefly to what this bill means for Fiji's competitive position in the wider Pacific region. We are not the only Pacific nation competing for tourism investment. Our neighbors are active, ambitious, and increasingly well organized in their investment promotion efforts. Capital today is mobile. Investors have choices. The Pacific is no longer competing only on natural beauty or hospitality. We are competing on efficiency, certainty, transparency, and speed of execution. And what has always distinguished Fiji is not only our natural endowments or our internationally recognized hospitality, it is our ability to position ourselves as a stable, credible, and serious economic partner in the region. I commend this bill to the House today, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Dithoka. I call next Honorable Bainivalu, Minister for Fisheries and Forests.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise in support of the Tourism Bill of 2026 and wish to speak particularly to Part 4 on certification and acceptable verifiers, and also on Part 5 on auditing, inspection, and spot checks, the parts of this act that give the Fiji tourism standards their integrity. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister has stated the principle plainly. A standard without verification is merely a suggestion. In legal terms, a standard without a properly constructed enforcement framework is not just a suggestion, it is an unforeseeable aspiration that creates the appearance of regulation without its substance. Parts 4 and 5 ensure that Fiji tourism standards have genuine legal force. Clause 28, Honorable Speaker, establishes the certification pathway. The assessment by the Department of Standards or an accredited certification body is not discretionary. It is a legal obligation. The word must appears deliberately throughout these provisions. If an enterprise meets the applicable standards, a certificate must be issued. If it does not, it must not be. No room for inconsistent treatment, no room for administrative convenience. Honorable Speaker, certification is valid for a prescribed period and renewable only upon successful reassessment. It must be earned and it must be maintained. Honorable Speaker, the register of acceptable verifiers under Clause 29 is equally important. Every verifier must be technically competent and independent of the enterprise being assessed. That independence requirement is not administrative formality. It is a safeguard against conflicts of interest that would undermine the credibility of the entire standard system. For our CIMTES and small operators navigating this framework for the first time, access to an approved independent verifier is, in practical terms, access to justice. Honorable Speaker, the enforcement architecture in Part 5 has been carefully constructed to balance regulatory effectiveness with the rights of operators. Honorable Speaker, standards officers may enter and inspect premises, but only at a reasonable time, on production of official identification and with the consent of the enterprise. These are legal safeguards, not courtesies. They protect operators from arbitrary inspection while preserving the integrity of the compliance process. Honorable Speaker, critically, a fine does not arise upon the finding of non-compliance. It arises only where a compliance notice has been issued and then ignored. The sequence is deliberate: find the problem, notify the operator, give them a reasonable opportunity to fix it, and only that impose a financial consequence. This is a remedial framework, not a punitive one. And following every spot check, Honorable Speaker, a written record must be prepared within 5 working days and provided to the enterprise within 10. That requirement holds the standards officer to account just as much as it holds the enterprise. Honorable Speaker, parts 4 and parts 5 of the bill deliver regulation that works not by creating fear, but by creating clarity. And clarity is the foundation of a fair and effective legal system. Honorable Speaker, I commend the bill to the House. Naka.
I thank the Honorable Banivalu. I invite Honorable Vanawalu for his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise in support of the Tourism Bill of 2026, in particular Part 8, and I want to speak to it from the perspective of a culture, heritage protection in this country. In reality, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is that of tourism growth globally. There is increasing risk of indigenous culture, traditional being commercialized or misrepresented. We already see this today. Mr. Speaker, sir, Part 8 recognizes that these challenges exist and offer an avenue to address it. Fiji's culture is not a commodity. We have seen cultural practices commercialized without knowledge or concern of the community from whom this practice comes. We have seen traditional knowledge, Speaker, sir, incorporated into tourism products, into marketing campaigns, into visitors' experience, into branded offering with no benefit, flowing back to the knowledge holder. We have seen scared customs ceremonies that carry deep spiritual significance for indigenous communities, reduced to scheduled performance to visitors' entitlement, strip off their meanings and their context. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is no ill intent, but rather a lack of clear legal framework or guidance that tell operators where their line is. Mr. Speaker, sir, but the effect on community has been the same regardless of intent. The heritage has been used, their knowledge has been taken, and they have had a limited legal protection. Part 8, Mr. Speaker, sir, to change that does not, therefore, important ways to protect the culture of our tourism. Protection of the native culture tourism, Mr. Speaker, sir, first is established concern as a requirement, not a courtesy. Cultural tourism product must be developed with the community involvement and concern. Community are not stakeholders to be consulted on the way to a predetermined outcomes. They are partners with genuine right to participate and to shape the term on which their culture is presented to the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, second, it requires that benefit flows to local communities and cultural barriers. Concern alone is not sufficient. The communities whose culture anchors the visitor's experience must share in the economic returns that culture generates. The principle is now in the law. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it places an obligation on every tourism enterprise in Fiji to respect and protect the traditional knowledge, cultural practices, and the intellectual property rights and indigenous communities. Respecting traditional knowledge and indigenous rights, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Itoke Affairs will develop a guidelines for the respectful and appropriate use of indigenous culture heritage in tourism. This guideline will not be written in Suva and handed to the communities. They will be built with communities, with the cultural authorities, the knowledge, the holders, the elders who understand what can be shared and must be protected. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to protect and respect what makes Fiji a unique as a tourism destination. Our people, our culture, our tradition, and our heritage. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, these bills ensure our industry grows in the way that strengthens rather than diminish the culture at its heart. On the note, Mr. Speaker, sir, I fully commend the bill to the House.
Thank the Honorable Vanawalu. I now call on Honorable Premila Kumar for her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to speak on Tourism Bill number 10 of 2026, brought before this House under Standing Order 51, guised as urgency where no real urgency exists. There is no national crisis requiring this bill to be rushed. There is no economic collapse that demanded Parliament be denied proper scrutiny. There is no legislative emergency that would have harmed the nation, and this bill gone through proper consultation, stakeholder engagement, and full parliamentary committee scrutiny. Yet, members of parliament, on behalf of the people of Fiji, have been given barely 48 hours to analyze a bill of enormous complexity and far-reaching consequences for one of the most important sectors of our economy, and just 1 hour to debate. Mr. Speaker, sir, tourism is the backbone of our economy. It feeds families, it sustains rural communities, it keeps businesses alive, it generates foreign exchange. Villagers, workers, transport operators, farmers, artisans, and small business operators depend on it for survival. A law governing such a critical sector deserves care, consultation, precision, and accountability, not haste, shortcuts, and excessive ministerial control. Let me state clearly from the outset, the opposition support the modernization of Fiji's tourism laws. The Hotel and Guest House Act 1973 is outdated and no longer reflects the realities of the modern tourism industry. But modernization cannot become an excuse for bad lawmaking. We cannot support legislation that lacks operational clarity, concentrates power in the hands of the minister, and weakens accountability. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the most disturbing aspects of this bill is the unchecked ministerial power. This bill allows the minister to waive or reduce fees for any tourism enterprise without prescribed criteria, without transparency requirements, and without any appeal mechanism. Who qualifies? On what basis? Nobody knows. The bill is silent. Mr. Speaker, sir, in a country where public confidence in transparency is already fragile, Parliament should never create laws that allows decisions to be made subjectively without accountability. Such unfettered discretion creates an environment for favoritism and unequal treatment. Similarly, this bill allows the minister to establish a framework for tourism investment in collaboration with Investment Fiji. But the bill uses the word may instead of must. This means there is no obligation to act and no accountability if nothing is done. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill goes as far as to allow the minister to add, remove, or modify tourism industry criteria affecting every tourism operator in Fiji. Section 23 allows the Permanent Secretary to determine the appropriate classification of tourism enterprise without binding criteria and without meaningful procedural safeguards in the primary legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, laws must provide certainty. We've heard about certainty from Honorable Ditoka. Investors need certainty. Operators need certainty. Communities need certainty. The bill instead creates a framework where critical decisions can be changed in an administrative way, politically and arbitrarily. This is not good governance. Mr. Speaker, sir, the enforcement provisions in the bill are astonishingly weak, so weak that they border on being meaningless. Mr. Speaker, sir, take for example, the default maximum penalty throughout the bill is a fine not exceeding $500. This applies to operating without registration, obstructing inspectors, ignoring compliance notices, and unlawfully disclosing confidential information. I think the Lita decree is doing better than this. For a major resort operator generating millions in annual revenue, a $500 fine is not a deterrent. It is merely the cost of doing business. And in this day and age, such penalty is absurd. We demand a modern compliance framework where penalties are proportionate to enterprise size, turnover, and seriousness of the breach. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill includes mediation and arbitration, and that is appreciated. But mediation should not only come after a decision has already been made. Mediation should be available earlier, where there is a visitor complaint, a community dispute, a compliance notice, a recognition issue, or a dispute between an operator and the regulator. For MSME, early mediation can prevent escalation. It can preserve relationship. It can keep businesses operating while problems are corrected. Mr. Speaker said perhaps the most alarming feature of the bill is that it attempts to build Fiji's tourism standard system largely on self-assessment and trust. The bill makes self-assessment the primary basis upon which recognition is granted. The bill states that the department is not even required to independently verify those assessments except through occasional audits or inspections. Under this provision, operators assess themselves, declare themselves compliant, receive recognition certificate, and are publicly listed without mandatory independent verification. This is a recipe for abuse. Mr. Speaker, sir, international tourism credibility depends on independent verification and trusted standard, even if it means local trusted standards. Fiji cannot market itself globally as a premium tourism destination while relying primarily on self-declaration and limited verification, and that's what's precisely happening now. So how is this bill making a difference? On what basis Parliament is being asked to endorse a standards regime that relies largely on self-declaration rather than independent verification? Mr. Speaker said the government repeatedly speaks about inclusivity, MSMEs, and community tourism. But when one examines the bill closely, the protections for MSME operators are largely symbolic. There is no dedicated registration pathway for small operators, no simplified compliance framework, no guaranteed fee reductions. MSME do not need another bureaucratic burden. They need a pathway to recognition, market access, crisis support, concessional financing, and integration into the tourism economy. And I think that's precisely what the minister was trying to achieve. But unfortunately, the way the bill is drafted, that's not the pathway. Mr. Speaker said village homestays and community operators should not have to rely on ministerial generosity to receive reduced fees. Such support should be guaranteed in law based on the size of the business. Mr. Speaker said equality does not always mean identical treatment. A multinational resort chain and a village homestay operator do not possess the same financial capacity, administrative support, or legal resources. The law must recognize those practical realities. And how can the government justify imposing the same 12-month compliance timeline for multinational resort and remote village homestays? Obviously, this is not fair. Mr. Speaker, sir, if the National Tourism Council is intended to represent the tourism sector, then representation must be meaningful and balanced. The tourism industry cannot be effectively governed through an overly centralized structure dominated by government officials. The Tourism Advisory Body does not have a representative for FNPF, despite FNPF being one of the largest investors. Absolutely. Also, Mr. Speaker, sir, MSME representative on the National Tourism Council should be nominated through recognized MSME or tourism bodies so that the seat is meaningful and not taken as a token. Mr. Speaker, sir, Part 8, dealing with cultural tourism and traditional knowledge, may be the most important part of this bill, and yet it is the weakest and most underdeveloped. This bill attempts to address the protection of traditional knowledge and cultural heritage in just few vague clauses. Traditional knowledge is not merely a commercial asset. It is identity, it is heritage, it is dignity, it belongs to our people, and especially to our Itoke communities who have safeguarded their traditions for generations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the MSME Council representing community operators, rural and maritime tourism businesses, that is Vanua-based tourism, have expressed their concerns. Their major concerns with the bill is that too much of the substantive detail has been deferred to future regulations, rather than being clearly set out in the primary legislation itself, giving the minister unchecked powers. The bill grants extremely broad regulation-making powers covering so many things, from forms, procedures, tenders, registration, criteria, fees, penalties, transitional arrangement, MSME, and CIMTE requirements. Mr. Speaker said the bill speaks broadly about cultural protection and traditional knowledge. However, this bill contains no clear enforcement mechanism, no mandatory consent procedure, and no meaningful compensation framework where cultural heritage is commercially exploited. Also, there is no mandatory free, prior, and informed consent framework before indigenous culture is commercialized. There is no meaningful benefit sharing mechanism. There are no substantial penalties for misuse or exploitation. The law should make sure communities are not left at the lowest end of the value chain where others make the larger profits. Mr. Speaker said this means Parliament is being asked to approve a legislative skeleton today, while the real operational rules, the rules that will directly affect small tourism operators, village enterprises, homestays, community tourism businesses, and MSMEs will only be determined later through regulation with far less parliamentary scrutiny and with unchecked ministerial powers. That is not sound legislative practice. Matters that affect rights, Attorney General, matters that affect rights, obligations, costs, compliance burdens, and enforcement should be clearly defined in the Principal Act.
Absolutely.
So that Parliament, industry stakeholders, and the public fully understand the legal framework they are being asked to support. Mr. Speaker, sir, regional organizations like SPC and PIFS, together with WIPO, have spent years developing framework for Pacific nations on protecting traditional knowledge, intellectual property, and cultural heritage. Yet the government now seeks to rush through incomplete provision inside a tourism bill without much significance. This is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill requires the ministry to support the development of authentic, experiential, and cultural tourism products. It sets out criteria including community involvement and consent. However, these are obligations on the ministry, not on tourism enterprises themselves. An enterprise can misappropriate cultural practices without violating any provisions of this bill. The regulatory gap between ministerial aspiration and enterprise conduct must be closed. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji stands on the front line of climate change. Tourism depends on our reefs, coastline, forest, and marine ecosystem. Yet the climate provision in this bill is weak. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji also markets itself internationally as a sustainable tourism destination. Climate resilience and environmental protection cannot merely be aspirational principle delegated to future regulations. They must form part of the core statutory framework itself. Mr. Speaker, say environmental protection cannot be optional in a tourism law for Fiji in 2026.
Absolutely.
We believe minimum standards for reef protection, for waste management, for water sustainability, and energy conservation must be embedded directly into the primary legislation itself. Mr. Speaker, sir, access to justice is another major failing of this bill. Whilst the inclusion of mediation and arbitration in the bill is acknowledged, however, mediation appears mainly at the appeal stage. It must be noted that the processes under Arbitration Act can be expensive. It requires lawyers, technical expertise, and financial resources that small operators simply do not have. A multinational resort can afford legal teams. A village tourism operator cannot. Justice must not become a privilege available only to those who can afford lawyers. Mr. Speaker, sir, mediation should not only come after a decision has already been made. Mediation should be available earlier where there is a vista complaint, a community dispute, a compliance notice, and a recognition issues. For MSMEs, earlier mediation can prevent escalation. It can preserve relationship, and it can keep businesses operating while problems are corrected. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji Mediation Center offers a far more accessible avenues for resolving disputes in an affordable manner. If only this bill went through the standing committee, I'm sure all these issues would have been identified and addressed. We are also deeply concerned that operators are given only 15 working days to respond before suspension or cancellation of registration. 15 days. For remote island operators with limited internet, transport, and legal access, this is unreasonable. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill requires an applicant to identify each written law of Fiji applicable to the tourism enterprise and confirm compliance with each applicable law. Mr. Speaker, sir, that may sound simple in legal drafting, but for a small operator, this is not simple. A small operator may need to think about business registration, tax, fire safety, OHS, employment law, food safety and health requirements, municipal rules, environmental approvals, land issues, consumer protection, maritime requirements, and other laws. Many of these operators do not have lawyers, as I've said earlier on. They do not have compliance teams. They do not have accountants sitting in the back office. They're often the owner, they're the cleaners, they're the receptionists, they're the drivers, they're the cooks, marketers, and bookkeeper, all in one. Mr. Speaker, sir, the tourism fund established under this bill also lacks accountability and transparency safeguard. Under this government, it's becoming a trend that ministries want their own trust fund account. If we continue this path, then the question is, where is parliamentary scrutiny on public funds? Why are ministries bypassing Ministry of Finance? And why millions of dollars are sitting in trust funds, earning nothing, when the government can better utilize these funds to build roads, hospitals, etc. And I'm sure Minister for Finance will support me on that. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are glaring gaps in this bill. Despite the explosion of Airbnb-style accommodation and digital tourism platform across Fiji, the bill contains no meaningful framework for platform accountability or digital compliance obligations. Mr. Speaker, sir, many travelers have experienced the frustration of booking accommodation based on polished online images and descriptions, only to discover that actual conditions, facilities, or standards fall far below what was advertised. Despite the growing dominance of digital booking platforms, this bill contains no meaningful mechanism to address misleading representation to protect local and overseas tourists from deceptive tourism listing. Mr. Speaker, sir, Parliament should recognize the significance of this legislation because for the first time, thousands of small and emerging operators will be brought under a formal tourism regulatory framework when they were previously outside the outdated Hotel and Guest Houses Act 1973. This bill will directly affect ordinary Fijians trying to survive through tourism. It will affect villages, women running homestays, families renting rooms to supplement income, youth-led tourism ventures, community operators in remote maritime islands. They deserve legislation that protects them, not legislation that overwhelms them with bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me also make this point. This bill affects many operators who may not even realize yet that they are about to be regulated. A village homestay operator may not be watching Parliament today. A small Airbnb host may not know that this bill applies to them. A farmstay owner might not know what they will need, that they will need registration. A community group running a waterfall tour might not know what legal compliance declaration means. And when bills are referred to parliamentary committee, it generates awareness, there is dialogue with those affected by the bill, and then the committee is able to produce a bill which is properly scrutinized by the elected members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, tourism is too important to Fiji's future for parliament to pass legislation without parliament scrutiny. We therefore request the government, again, to refer this bill to a parliamentary committee for proper technical review, stakeholder consultation, and national engagement before it proceeds further. Fiji's tourism industry deserves legislation that balances investment with accountability, growth with sustainability, and commercial opportunity with community protection. As currently drafted, this bill does not achieve that balance. We, the opposition, cannot support the bill in its present form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Pramila Kumar. Honorable members, there are two more speakers, both from the government side. But to abide by the 1 hour time frame, Honorable Tusawawa and Honorable Prasad will share the 7 remaining minutes. Unless the first speaker, Honorable Tusawawa, concedes to speak for only 3 minutes, I will give each one of you 3.5 minutes each. So, Honorable Tusawawa, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'll make a short contribution regarding the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The partner in evidence-based governance. And it places statutory obligation on the PS to establish and maintain a comprehensive tourism stats and data. So, I mean, this improves the reliability and the accuracy of data in tourism, which is sort of scattered at the moment. See, the other one is on the standards. There's every adjustment will relate to standards, every review, investment incentives will be related to the data collected. Honorable Pramila complained what wrong info in the adverts. So this will correct that, which the complaints she had regarding the poor condition. So you have accurate data, you have accurate information in terms of the ads which are placed by the operators. And protecting the rights of operators, but then exactly does that. It goes through a graduated, accessible, and proportionate dispute resolution framework. And a person aggrieved by the decision of the PS may request an internal review, contrary to what Honorable Kumar had mentioned. She stated that there is no avenue for redress. This is the avenue for redress. I mean, this government is operating a democracy, not a dictatorship. Let me remind you of that. And she said $500 fine was not enough. So what do you want the fine to be? $5 million? Come on, $500 is just reasonable. So this is what the opposition has been going on about. And of course, where a person remains aggrieved, there's an internal review. And in the miscellaneous sections, I mean, there's repeal and transitional provisions. So it is not forced upon the operators. There is a period there where they can consider this. Existing operators will have 12 months from commencement to register under the new framework. Again, let me reiterate, the coalition government is a democracy. It is not a dictatorship, which ended in December 2022, after 16 years. I mean, if you want to replace us and reconfirm your government again, how many of you are here in the House anyway? So there's about eight of you are there out of 55. Maybe Honorable Bala will reduce that 8 to 7. So he's probably reconsidering that. So just want to conclude that parts 9, 10, 11 are provisions that close the loop and ensure that this legislation is measured, accountable, and built to last. Thank you.
Thanks, the Honorable Tusawawa. Honorable Professor Prasad, you have the last say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and be, I wish I had more time. But one of the good things about getting into government after spending 8 years in opposition is you remember some of the things that now those who are in the opposition said many years ago. And I thought the debate on Standing Order 51 was over, but Honorable Kumar chose to bring that up again. This is what she said about Standing Order 51 when we were opposing it in 2020. In this particular case, Mr. Speaker says, Standing Order 51, we use our intelligence to bring bills to this parliament because the bills that we are bringing under Standing Order 51 will only do good for the people of this nation. So this bill has been brought with that intelligence. But let me just, I was going to talk on part 6, Mr. Speaker, sir, which establishes the fund. And that fund essentially has the flexibility. The objective is to support small, medium enterprises, small operators. And that fund will be guided by the Financial Management Act, so there would be absolute transparency and accountability in the way in which the fund is going to be used. Honorable Kumar labored on and on about how this legislation is not going to protect this, not going to protect that. The Speaker said no legislation is perfect. And the principle behind any legislation is that there are other legislations. So, for example, there is environmental legislation, there is land legislation, there is LITA legislation. There are various other legislations that protect and that guide other aspects of what happens in a particular sector. There is a company law. There are registration processes for small, medium enterprises, businesses. So a lot of the things that she was trying to say hasn't been covered in this bill is actually covered in other legislation, Mr. Speaker said. And she admitted quite rightly that this is the first tourism bill or first tourism legislation that attempts to modernize the tourism sector. And as I said, no legislation is a perfect legislation. This government has brought this legislation. It is a step towards modernizing the sector, and it is not going to be cast in stone like, what you might assume. But there will be an opportunity to amend this. There will be experiences of what might happen. But this is a good beginning. It is a bill that will help tourism sector and the process that has been laid down, including the tourism fund in part 6, will be very useful for small, medium enterprises. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prasad. The Secretariat had indicated 4:32 p.m. is the right of reply, and right on time. Your Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, you have
8 minutes, okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank my colleagues for their contribution to the bill. I believe by the end of this deliberation, we get to fully appreciate what is happening today, and that we fully appreciate the extent to which this bill will help tourism, the #1 industry in the country today. If I could touch on a number of on some points raised by the Honorable Premila Sharma. Kumar, I'm sorry, my apologies. Where the penalties are low, the Speaker said the bill establishes a foundational compliance framework. The penalties in the bill are complemented by suspension or cancellation of recognition, referral to competent authorities, penalties under laws, including the Crimes Act, reputational consequences through the public register, and future regulations prescribing additional compliance requirements. Importantly, many matters covered by tourism enterprises, such as environmental breaches, labor violations, health and safety breaches, or fraud, remain subject to stronger penalties under existing legislation. So don't view this legislation in isolation from the other existing legislation. This bill is not replacing those laws, it works alongside them. Also the question, Honorable Speaker, is this bill giving too much power to the Minister and Permanent Secretary No, Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill includes safeguards, transparency measures, and review mechanisms. For example, decisions must follow prescribed procedures. Enterprises are given written notice and opportunity to respond. There are internal review provisions. There are mediation, arbitration, and high court appeal rights. And the National Tourism Council provides multi-stakeholder oversight and advice. This is a modern administrative governance framework, like many of the regulatory acts in Fiji. Will this bill discourage investment? On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, investors consistently seek clarity, predictability, and confidence. The Speaker's question that keeps coming up is, did you do enough consultation? Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned previously in this Honorable House, the development of a modern Tourism Act has been discussed for many years, with initial work dating back to around 2005. When the coalition government came into office, we revived and progressed this important reform agenda. Last year, the ministry established a joint working group to guide the policy and legislative development process. The joint working group included representatives from the Ministry of Commerce and Business Development, the Office of the Solicitor General, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry responsible for Itoki Affairs, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the Fiji Law Reform Commission, Tourism Fiji, Investment Fiji, the Fiji Hotel Tourism Association, the Society of Fiji Travel Associates, the Nduavada Sustainable Tourism Collective, and the International Finance Corporation, which served as a technical partner. Mr. Speaker, this was therefore not a process undertaken by government alone. It was a collaborative and multi-stakeholder process involving both the public and private sectors, as well as development partners. The Joint Working Group also supported the development and finalization of two important policy documents that inform this bill: the Fiji Tourism Policy 2005-2035, and the Fiji Tourism Standards Framework Guidance Notes. In addition, wider industry consultations were undertaken during the Fiji Tourism Convention in January 2026, attended by more than 300 tourism stakeholders from across the country. Public consultation of the bill itself were then conducted from 27 April to 1 May 2026 in the major tourism regions, including Suva, Singatoka, Nandi, Rakiraki, Lambasa, and Sabu Sabu. The ministry also invited written publications and submissions from 21 April to 7 May to ensure that individuals, businesses, and stakeholders who could not attend in person still had the opportunity to provide feedback. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also important to emphasize that this bill establishes the overarching legislative framework. The detailed operational requirements will now be further developed through the regulations. And this is in partnership with IFC, International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank. The regulations will operationalize the acts and provide the detailed provisions. The next stage will allow for further engagement and refinement with industry and stakeholders to ensure that the framework remains practical, proportionate, and fit for purpose for Fiji's tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Tourism Bill 2026 is one of the most significant pieces of legislation this government has brought before Parliament. It's comprehensive, it's modern, and it's long overdue, and it is worthy of all our support. Thank you.
Honourable members, Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Tuesday, 26th of May, 2026, that the Tourism Bill 2026 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? There being opposition, the Parliament will now vote Open the vote. Close the vote.
The results of the vote are as follows: 34 ayes, 8 noes, and 13 have not voted.
Thirty 34 ayes, 18 noes, 13 did not vote. The tourism bill is passed by a majority of votes. Secretary General.
A bill for an act to provide for the regulation, development, and management of the tourism sector in Fiji, to establish a framework for tourism practices, to promote inclusive participation, climate resilience, and environmental protection in tourism, tourism standards and certification systems, to define the roles and responsibilities of tourism institutions, to repeal the Hotels and Guest Houses Act 1973, and for related matters, Bill number 10 of 2026, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
Move on, I now call upon the Minister for Fisheries and Forestry, the Honorable Aliti Mbanyuvalu, to move a motion.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, I move that the Mahogany Bill of 2025 be debated, voted upon, and be passed.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Rotu Sawau. I now call on the Minister, the Honorable Minister, to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers and Assistant Ministers, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, Ms. Vinaka. Honorable Speaker, today I rise before this Honorable House not merely to debate another piece of legislation, but I rise to speak on a bill that carries with it the hopes of our landowners, the future of our forestry sector, the dignity of our indigenous landowners, and the responsibility we owe to the future generations of Fiji. Honorable Speaker, the Mahogany Bill of 2025 is more than law. It is a national correction. It is a reform born from years of frustration, years of silence, and years of unanswered concerns from the very people whose land has sustained one of the most valuable forestry industries in our nation. Honorable Speaker, for decades, Fiji's mahogany industry has stood as one of the largest and most valuable hardwood plantation resources in the Pacific. Yet behind the beauty of every harvested log, behind every export shipment, and behind every balance sheet, there have always been the landowners, the customary owners of the land, whose sacrifices, patience, and trust made this industry possible. Honorable Speaker, today this bill, Parliament has an opportunity to restore confidence, to strengthen fairness, and reshape the future direction of this industry. Honorable Speaker, the Mahogany Bill of 2025 repeals the Mahogany Industry Development Act of 2010. But this bill does far more than repeal an old law. It addresses the very gaps, weaknesses, and structural limitations that have affected the industry for years. Under the Mahogany Industry Development Act of 2010, Honorable Speaker, the industry framework was heavily centralized and focused largely on regulation and administration. However, this new bill introduces a completely modernized governance framework built upon accountability, transparency, participation, equitable benefit sharing, and long-term sustainability. Honorable Speaker, one of the most significant reforms under this bill is the establishment of the Mahogany Forum. This did not exist under the Mahogany Industry Development Act of 2010. For the first time, Honorable Speaker, landowners, government, the Fiji Hardwood Corporation, forestry authorities, investors, and industry stakeholders are brought together under one national platform. Why is this important? Because no industry can succeed when decisions are made in isolation. No industry can prosper when landowners feel excluded from discussions concerning their own resources. The Mahogany Forum, Honorable Speaker, now creates a structured space for dialogue, consultation, coordination, and collective decision-making. It strengthens trust. It strengthens cooperation. And most importantly, Honorable Speaker, it gives landowners a permanent voice with the future of the mahogany industry. Honorable Speaker, another groundbreaking reform is the creation of the Mahogany Tribunal. For too long, disputes within the mahogany industry have remained unresolved, delayed, or entangled in costly legal processes. Landowners have often felt powerless when conflicts arose over harvesting, royalties, leases, and benefit distribution. Honorable Speaker, this bill changes that. The Mahogany Tribunal now provides a specialized legal mechanism dedicated entirely to the mahogany industry. It ensures that disputes are resolved fairly, efficiently, and transparently. This is not simply about legal procedure. It is about restoring confidence. It is about restoring justice. And it is about ensuring that every stakeholder, especially the landowners, know that their concerns will now be heard within a proper institutional framework. Honorable Speaker, perhaps the most historic reform contained in this bill is the establishment of the Landowner Equitable Benefit Fund. For many years, one of the greatest concerns raised by landowners was this: how can an industry worth millions continue to operate while many resource owners still struggle to see meaningful economic transformation within their own communities? That question, Honorable Speaker, deserves an honest answer, and this bill attempts to answer it. The Landowner Equitable Benefit Fund now creates a legally protected financial mechanism dedicated specifically to ensuring fairer distribution of benefits to landowners. This means that revenue generated from mahogany resources will now have a structured pathway towards improving livelihoods, supporting communities, empowering future generations, and creating broader economic participation. Honorable Speaker, this bill also delivers one of the most powerful economic reforms in the history of Fiji's forestry sector. For the first time, Honorable Speaker, 20% shareholding of Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited will be transferred directly to the Fiji Mahogany Trust as shareholding shares for landowners. Honorable Speaker, this is transformational. For years, landowners provided the land, they carried the burden, they waited patiently, but they did not directly own part of the industry operating upon their own resource base. Today, Honorable Speaker, this bill changes that reality. Landowners are no longer simply passive participants. They now become shareholders. They become partners in the future growth of the industry. They become part owners in the future success of Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited. Honorable Speaker, this is economic empowerment. That is meaningful participation. That is what true resource ownership should look like in a modern Fiji. Honorable Speaker, the bill will also strengthen the long-term commercial performance of Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited itself. The legislation expands the role of the company beyond merely harvesting and selling logs. It opens opportunities for value adding, for timber processing, for manufacturing, for export expansion, for downstream industries, for strategic investment partnerships, and broader commercial innovation. Honorable Speaker, this means more employment opportunities for Fijians. This means greater export earnings. This means stronger economic returns to the nation. And this means Fiji can finally move beyond exporting raw resources and begin maximizing the true value of our forest products. Honorable Speaker, perhaps the greatest strength of this bill is that it recognizes something very important. An industry cannot be sustainable if the people at the foundation of that industry do not feel respected, included, and empowered. That is why this bill strongly emphasizes inclusive participation, transparency, ethical governance, environmental sustainability, intergenerational equity, and stronger accountability mechanisms. The Fiji Mahogany Trust will now be subject to stronger auditing, annual reporting, professional governance standards, code of conduct, and stricter oversight requirements. This is critical because good governance is not optional. Good governance is the foundation of public trust. Honorable Speaker, please allow me to speak directly to the landowners, especially to the 14 mahogany stations across Fiji, from the various Tikina, Yavusa, Vanua, and provinces throughout Fiji whose land continue to sustain this industry. Ang andreva meu waraitaka na nungu wabi ni kalevu, pikemuni na toke ningele. Kive kemuni na iliuliu waka Vanua, liuliu ni Yavusa, kena iliuliu ni Matangali, ena nonda Vanua lomani o witi. Ena vei tambayamba ki sa sivi, koninda unama katuna vengona vinaka, kana kota mai na yanga ni nondrangele, na yanga ni nondra solingele langase, metekina na mahogany. Yani kuwa, elulubu sara na elongu ni sarava lesu ni sianga tingani baka votukana sala, na tatandroya. Ni kuwa ena loma ni lava katuriongo siya na mahogany bill, au vea vandetaki, wakandita ka veke muni ni sate wongo endo nangona wo. Ni kuwa ena loma ni lava katuri siya na mahogany bill of 2025 au vea vandete ke muni ni sate ki wo endo na lako wo. Sate ki wo endo nangona ni vesau. Endo nangona ni ve vandondonu taki. Merao no ni vakilaki na nayanga ni nondra solingele o irasaka na nomuni ngase. Ena ya lo roko ang usui ke mami na dobi ngarabi. Baka matanitu. Ena biamba kisaoti. Baka kina na matanitu doko vatongo. Na nomuni be bosoti ke na nomuni be sereki. Ena ne mami me baka wele takatuna tikina bimbi yongo. Me baka ndit takatale. Me baka ndit takikanda tale. Na inlaki ni mahogany bill. Ongo. Me baka lebu dhaki. Me baka lebu. Takatake na nomuni wase. Me baka lebu takatalenga na nomuni baka itavi. Me matata dhaki na kena ngarabi na ilavo. Kena baka nditaki. Ni na yanga tiko na mahogany ve ira na ndakawa. Kena ve matatamata mai muri. Na mahogany sianga walanga ni ndo na kau. Endo na iau ni Vanua. Endo na iau ni kautamata tambu sakayani. Kando talenga na iau ni matenitu. Honorable Speaker, future generations will judge us not only by the laws we passed, but whether we had the courage to correct what needed to be corrected. Today, Honorable Speaker, through the Mahogany Bill of 2025, we have that opportunity, and I therefore fully support this bill and commend it to this Honorable House.
I thank the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Forestry, the Honorable Alithia Mbanivalu, in moving her motion. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I have a list of speakers with me. Each one has 20 minutes to deliver an address. I call first on the Honorable Joseph Nang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the debate of the House. Mr. Speaker, as someone who listens closely to our communities and values the deep bonds that unites us as a nation. It is truly hurts me when I hear the landowners getting peanuts for their precious resources. I know everyone in this house will agree that this move is the right move in the right direction. For far too long, landowners have walked our land worth millions of dollars only to see their raw logs harvested and hauled away while they receive next to nothing in return. I have sat with these families in their villages. I have looked at the magnificent standing mahogany on their land, and I have shared their deep, long-standing frustration. They do the heavy lifting, the care for the land, yet the real wealth flows completely away to the outside operators. This bill presents a historic opportunity to finally correct that injustice and bring true equity to the landowners. The Speaker said, to make our nation truly thrive, we need to focus on developing a people-first economy. We need an economy where every citizen has the opportunity to grow, to expand, and to become economically free, and to build generational wealth. This mahogany industry is a perfect place to start. Speaker say, true empowerment does not come from a slightly higher rent check or a small handout. It comes from a real ownership, and it comes from value adding. If we keep landowners as a simple log cutters at the mill gate, we fail them as leaders. The mill gate price for a cubic meter of raw mahogany log is simply not high enough to sustain a community or build a prosperous future for our next generation. The real wealth, Mr. Speaker, say the true margin is locked inside this processed, high-grade milled hardwood. Historically, a selected few sanctioned companies have enjoyed exclusive control over this highly valuable hardwood. They have reaped the massive profits of processing while leaving the resource owners with the crumbs. This bill breaks that unfair monopoly once and for all. Speaker say under Section 6 of the Mahogany Bill 2025, Fiji Hardwood Corporation is legally required to actively encourage landowners' participation in the actual processing and marketing of mahogany, both here at home and in international markets. This bill explicitly creates a legal pathway for forest-based companies owned directly by landowner trust. This gives landowners the clear legal right to step beyond the forest floor, set up their own sawmills, and enter the lucrative world of commercial processing. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, Section 6 establishes a strict right of first right of refusal for landowners. The corporation can no longer bypass them and hand lucrative contract to outside commercial interests behind closed doors. They must offer the harvesting, processing, and marketing opportunities to landowners or forest-based trust first. Landowners are given a clear window of 60 days to claim these business opportunities. This is a massive shift of economic power, Mr. Speaker. We are also giving landowners a true, undeniable seat at the corporate table. Section 37 mandates the immediate transfer of 20% of the shares to the capital of Fiji Hardwood Corporation directly to Fiji Mahogany Trust. This completely transformed the relationship from an old landlord and a tenant dynamic in actual commercial partnership where landowners have equity, voting rights, and a direct share in corporate dividends. Mr. Speaker, to protect the landowners from prolonged exploitation, this bill establishes the Mahogany Tribunal under Section 21. The chairperson must have deep legal experience in land laws and Itoki affairs. By resolving disputes through this specialized tribunal with maximum speed and minimal legal technicality, we protect landowners from being bled dry by wealthy operators in endless, expensive court battles. However, Mr. Speaker, we must face a hard practical reality in this chamber. A legal right means absolutely nothing without a practical capacity to execute it. Giving landowners a 60-day option to claim a milling business is a major victory on paper, but on the ground, in the real world, landowners cannot run a successful sawmill without proper tools, capital, and technical knowledge. The Speaker said, we must remember that absolute need for equipment, commercial development, team training, testing everything before operations begin. Running a sawmill is a serious business. It is not just about cutting timber. It requires advanced industrial machinery, strict safety protocols, financial management, market linkages, and rigorous quality control testing. If landowners lack the heavy machinery and technical skills to process the hardwood safely and efficiently, they'll be forced to watch the 60 days expire. The lucrative opportunities will slide back into the hands of the same dominant players, and the cycle of the low returns will always continue, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, as we pass this legislation, I strongly urge the Ministry to ensure the annual implementation plans mandated in Section 6 actively include state-backed financing, machinery grants, and comprehensive technical training. We cannot simply pass a law and walk away. We must equip landowners with tangible resources they need to succeed so that they can add real value to their timber. The Speaker said, for Fiji to truly thrive, we need all to work together to train and empower landowners to develop sustainable businesses based on value adding. This is not just a landowner issue, it is a national economic priority. When rural communities are financially secure, when landowners are running successful businesses and exporting high-grade finished mahogany products to the world, our entire economy grows, our banks thrive, our local businesses thrive, and our tax base expands. This requires a united effort from the government, private sector, and the financial institution to provide the mentorship, training, and capital infrastructure required to turn these legal provisions into operating factories and sawmills. The Speaker said, we must move forward together in the spirit of national unity and mutual respect. This bill provides the legal opinions, legal weapons resource owners have been asking for so many decades. It allows them to protect the sacred assets, value add to their timber, and secure true, fair market value for their inheritance. It ensures the wealth of our forest stays in the hands of the people who own the land, while contributing to the overall economic prosperity of our beloved nation. The Speaker said, thank you very much for giving this time to speak on the Mahogany Bill, and look forward to seeing a prosperous and strong Fiji develop from this bill. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honorable Joseph Nand. I call next Honorable Dithoka for his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today in support of the Mahogany Bill 2025. Let me begin by acknowledging the Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, the Chair, Honorable Ratu Rakwet, and all committee members for the sterling work they undertook in scrutinizing this bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, I speak not only as a Member of Parliament, but as someone with deep and personal ties to the land. My kinfolk, the people of Vungalei, Tebungalei, Dausamu, and Buka, Punoa, Vanamalata, Namena, and Sokas, among those whose ancestral lands have for so long carried the weight of mahogany forests. These are communities that have watched season after season as those magnificent trees were harvested and exported, while too little returned to the landowners whose inheritance made the industry possible. Today, Mr. Speaker, that begins to change. Let us be honest about the past. The Mahogany Industry Development Act 2010 gave insufficient regards to the rights, dignity, and economic aspirations of the landowners upon whose land this industry was built. There's no meaningful first right of refusal for business opportunities. There's no dedicated mechanism to ensure equitable benefit sharing, and there was no strong, structured voice for landowners within the governance of the industry itself. This bill seeks to correct that. Mr. Speaker, sir, this legislation shifts landowners from passive beneficiaries to active stakeholders. First, the bill introduces a genuine first right of refusal for landowners and forest-based trusts over business opportunities arising from the industry. Second, it establishes the Landowner Equitable Benefit Fund to ensure that proceeds from mahogany operations are directed in a transparent and accountable manner for the benefit of landowners. And third, transfer of 20%, as the Honourable Minister has shared with us, to the Fiji Hardwood Corporation, to the Fiji Mahogany Trust, gives landowners something fundamental, equity and ownership within the industry itself. And fourth, the establishment of the Mahogany Forum and Mahogany Tribunal provides dedicated mechanisms for dialogue and dispute resolution without forcing landowners into lengthy and expensive court battles. Mr. Speaker, sir, fairness to landowners and confidence for investors are not mutually exclusive. In fact, the long-term stability of this industry depends on landowners believing that they are respected and valued partners within it. An industry built on fairness and mutual respect is one that can endure for generations. I'm not suggesting that the bill is perfect, and as the Honorable Biman Prasad spoke about the tourism bill, the same here, no legislation crafted by human hands ever is. There may well be areas that require amendment as implementation unfolds, but what matters is that this bill is built upon the correct foundation: fairness, transparency, accountability, and respect for the rights of landowners. Mr. Speaker, sir, and to my kinfolk from Vungalei, Tebungalei, Dausamu, Wainbuka, the Puno Namalata, Namena, and Saukasa, to all the communities across Fiji whose land bears its forest, San Reu na Kinalamba, Ngono Pinakasabura. What was planted on your land shall now at last begin to bear fairer fruit for you. I commend this bill to the House, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Valley.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs. I will now call on Honorable Tony Usmante.
Thank you, sir. And I also join the other members in endorsing the bill to the House. Sir, this bill will actually remove the Mahogany Industry Development Act, which came into being as a decree back in 2010. And while there's been a lot of issues about that particular legislation, the MIDA, I think it came in for a particular purpose at a particular point in time in that particular context. So I think when we build laws, it's always in the context of the times that we had. It did serve purpose, as you know, as you go around. No, let me say this. I'm not politicizing about it. What I'm saying is that when you build laws at a particular point in time for a particular purpose, it led to some improvements. There were also severe challenges, and some of those challenges are being addressed through this particular legislation. And as has been said today about the tourism bill, in which the holes have been pointed out very well by the Honorable Pramila Kumar, but it did not have the consultation by the elected representatives of the people. And there is, Mr. Attorney General, there is a difference between getting consultations by members of the executive and the elected representatives of the people. And that is what you always need to consider. So the point I'm making is that this law has come in this particular point in time. The other laws have gone out with all the good things and the bad things, and this one is beginning to address all of those things. And as I said, so we're in a particular state now. Our mahoganies, as we know, we have the largest mahogany plantations in the world. They're becoming a bit old, and we needed to be able to move progressively very quickly to be able to harvest them and get the landowners also involved in the harvesting so that they can get the full benefit of the land that they have given for the planting of mahogany over the years. And being a member of the committee, we went around, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we listened to the complaints. There's a lot of sense of injustice that we have listened to, and I think the contents of this particular bill serve to address a lot of those issues. There will still be pending issues, but it does go a long way to serving those particular issues, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I'm just looking through some of the objectives of the Act are very clear. They are trying to make sure that we have it's a framework for more equitable growth, for more sustainable growth, and also for the development of the industry. If you look at some of the legislations that we have in the past, it's more focused on just planting and cutting the trees that are there. The same was true also for the Forestry Act. But now we're seeing in the bills and the acts that are coming to Parliament, we're not only looking at getting returns today, but making sure that those returns last over a long time. And that is something that we're glad to see in the objectives of this legislation. And one of the important things, Mr. Speaker, sir, for a long time, the Mahogany Trust and all of these other entities were funded by government. The good thing about this particular legislation is identifying a way in which the players in the sector can be funded from within the sector itself. As the Minister has pointed out, the Landowner Equitable Development Fund, which will be a percentage of the sales on the logs, that will now actually fund the money that goes to the trust, which in the past, I believe, has been a grant by government, which will now be replaced, I believe, by the Landowners Equitable Fund. That money will also fund the forum. That money also will fund the tribunal. So the model here is evolved, rather than just a reliance on government in the past, that the industry itself begins to fund the workings of the industry to make sure it produces benefit for all. There is a strong emphasis on conciliation and settlement of disputes with the appointment of the tribunal and within the law itself, sir. I also, one of the things I liked about this particular bill, sir, that I endorsed in the House, is some of the key principles that you'll find in the bill. And these principles are interwoven into the whole, all of the clauses in the bill. If I read very quickly on these principles in Section 5, Mr. Speaker, says it's about inclusive participation. And that, I think, is reflected in one of the key ways in which it is reflected, of course, is the shareholding of Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited. Government, through this bill, will give 20% of their shareholding to the Mahogany Trust, to the landowners themselves. So that inclusive participation is a very strong principle that you will find throughout this bill. The transparency and accountability, where the boundaries and the functions, the responsibilities of each of the parties that are in the industry are legally spent out. There's legal certainty, and the key principle that I think is very important from here, that you will find in the Forestry Act and you find in this one, is sustainable management of the resource for long-term development. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the significant things that I've noticed in this particular bill, if you look at the way the Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited functions were spelled out in the original legislation, there's been a substantive change in the way the functions of the Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited were in the 2010 decree, or it became an act later on, and the way that it is right now. In the earlier one, it was just about, like the Forestry Act, just harvesting trees and so forth. Today, if you look at this particular legislation, in 6.2a, it says, this is now the purpose of the company, which is a marked contrast to the way it was defined before. Marked the purpose of the country of the the purpose of the Fiji Hardwood Corporation, first of all, to actively, this is the first one, actively encourage landowner participation in the equitable and sustainable development of the mahogany industry, including harvesting, processing, and marketing of the mahogany forest. So it is now a key role of the corporation, which is the government-owned company, now 20% owned by the landowners themselves, to make sure that the landowners fully participate. That's a huge change in the way it was identified in the original legislation to what it is now. That's a very substantive change. And the other substantive change, Mr. Speaker, sir, is in 6.2c, when it says one of the roles of the company now is to work with the ministry, work with the trust, with the forest-based trusts, forest-based companies and landowners to enable them to take advantage of any potential business opportunity. Once again, I say this is a huge change from what it was. So this is why I was saying, when the MIDA came in, it came in at a particular point in time to start growing that industry. We reach a stage now, we begin to change the role of the players because you're looking at something else, which is a more sustainable participation of the landowners, and at the same time making sure that you have sustainable management of the forest. So that's a quite significant aspect of the bill, Mr. Speaker, sir. As has been identified, and I've said before, the Landowner Equitable Benefit Fund, as the Minister has pointed out, will be a percentage of the sales of logs. That percentage will be recommended by the forum, which consists of the different parties, and it will be for the Minister to decide. But it now means, as I said, that the funding of the sector will come from within the sector. And I think that's a great change. It also means that this money for the Landowner Equitable Development Fund, it will fund the Mahogany Trust, it will also fund the forum, and it will also fund the tribunal. This has been pointed out, the shareholding of the company. That means now the landowners have a direct interest in making sure that this company is sustainable over the long term, for the benefit of the country, and for their own benefit in the long term. I think one of the challenges that will be here, in order for these landowners to get the full benefit of the sector, it will be to make sure that they can be involved in the more higher value-adding components of the sector, which is harvesting, processing, value-adding, and perhaps exporting in the future. That is where I think other people have mentioned it. That is where the focus will have to be in the future. A lot of those things are not in this particular bill. It mentions it, but we've also heard, as we walked around the country, visiting the stakeholders, largely the landowners, we heard of the good developments in Riketi. They now have a company that is doing this, and we now know government through TLTB has got assistance programs for those that want to establish companies. We also hear that the Ministry of Forestry is also looking to help landowners so that they can develop their companies, so that they can maximize not only their short-term return, but also long-term returns. One of the things we did notice, Mr. Speaker, sir, there was a lot of talk about the forum and the tribunal, because in the Forestry Act, there's also a forum, and there's also another forum. It's a Forestry Industry Council, which is similar to the forum, and also a tribunal. So one of the issues that was debated a lot was because the forum and the tribunal in this legislation will be funded by the 10% Landowner Equitable Development Fund that should go to the landowners. And if you have another forum and tribunal here, it means part of the money that's supposed to go to the landowners will be used to fund this. There was a lot of debate on this, but at the end, the landowners are of the opinion that even though it's reducing the amount of money that's coming to them, they would regard it as an investment into being involved in the decision-making that might bring longer-term benefit for them in the future. So that is why the committee decided to keep that there. There might come a time that the government might think otherwise, but I think it's good that it's there. And I think in just closing, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to also take the opportunity to thank all those that are part of this exercise. We've had the consultations with landowners, 2 sessions here in Suva, and we thank the Fiji Mahogany Trust for organizing all the landowners to be here. The reps for the Matangali. We also went up to Nriketi, where we had this Madwata and Mbua landowners come together in Sabu, Bosaratu, and Sawakasa. And all in all, there's a lot of learning. This is one stage. This is a legislation that is being put in place in the context of this industry at this point in time. There will come a time in the future when we will then evolve this legislation to fit the context at that time. With those words, sir, I fully support this motion for us.
Thank the Honorable Chone Usamate. Before I call on the next speaker, I see and recognize joining us in the gallery is His Excellency, the High Commissioner of Australia, Peter Roberts, and his colleagues. Yes. Welcome to the Fiji Parliament on this rare, beautiful Suva evening, Excellency and friends. We'll move on to our next speaker, the Honorable Tikundundua. You have the floor, sir. Take your time.
My apology, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Boss Robert said that I will speak after him. Nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. And I rise to support the Mahogany Bill 2025. And I support it because this bill begins the work of correcting one of the great economic failures of the Bainimarama era. For more than a decade, landowners were told that mahogany would become a premium national industry. They were told there would be value adding. They were told there would be jobs. They were told that Fiji Mahogany would carry the Fiji brand into the world. They were told that landowners would receive their fair returns. But when we look at the 2010 Mahogany Industry Development Decree, or now Act, we see what really happened. The decree created a Mahogany Industry Council chaired by the Prime Minister at the time. That council was given the power to supervise and direct Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited and the Fiji Mahogany Trust. It could fix the terms of the sale. It could direct FHCL to sell to a specified person. It could determine how the proceeds of mahogany sales were distributed, including what was paid to landowners, what was paid to the state, what was used for FHCL debts, and what was set aside for reforestation. That was not landowner empowerment, Honorable Speaker, that was political control. The trust, which was supposed to exist for the benefit of the landowners, was placed under the direction of the council. The landowners' own institution was not free to act independently for them. It distributed money in the manner directed by the council. Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited also acted under the direction of the council. Now, even worse, the decree at the time varied every mahogany lease by removing any obligations on the lessee to pay the lessor for the harvesting or removal of mahogany timber. It also removed reassessment of rent. Landowners were left with lease arrangements while others controlled harvesting, sale, marketing, and higher value stages of the industry. The decree also at the time made it an offense for landowners or those with access to plantation land to consent the felling or removal of mahogany without the authorization from FHCL acting under the council. That means the landowner could not stand on his own land and still be legally locked out. Sorry, that means the landowners could stand on his own land and still be legally locked out of the resource economy built on that land. Then came the 2014 amendment. It was presented as an opening, but it only allowed owners to harvest or sell mahogany that was not on land owned or leased by FHCL. For landowners whose land was already tied to FHCL leases, the basic problem remained. So let us be honest. Many landowners, all they really received was lease money, Honorable Speaker, for their land, their own land. They did not receive the full promises of profit sharing. They did not receive the real control of sawmilling. They did not receive a guaranteed landowner pathway into processing and export. They did not receive the wealth that was promised when the Bainimarama government launched PGPO Mahogany as a global brand. We all remember the political theater around the Gibson guitars. In 2011, Gibson was reported as the exclusive buyer of CGPO Mahogany for its guitars. A Gibson Customs shop Les Paul made with Fijian mahogany was also reported as a gift to Bainimarama, valued at US $7,000. That guitar is a useful symbol of the old policy. The wood was good enough for a premium guitar. The Prime Minister got the picture. The brand got the headlines. But where was the landowner in the value chain? Where were the landowner sawmills? Where were the landowner companies? Where were the dividends? Where were the factories? Where were the jobs that were supposed to flow from value adding? By 2020, even Bainimarama himself admitted that the history of the industry was marked by disappointment and scarred by corruption, and that with the money and machinery poured into the industry, Fijian mahogany should have become a highly demanded global commodity, but it had not. Honorable Speaker, that is the record we are correcting today by this bill. The 2025 bill requires inclusive participation, transparency, accountability, and equitable benefit sharing. It requires FHCL to actively encourage landowner participation in harvesting, processing, and marketing. It requires FHCL to work with the ministry and the trust so that forest-based trusts, forest-based companies, and landowners are informed, consulted, and prepared to take up business opportunity. Most importantly, FHCL must first present potential business opportunities to the trust. Forest-based trusts, forest-based companies, or landowners before offering them to any other. That is a major change, and the Honorable Usamati, he alluded to that earlier. The bill also creates the Landowner Equitable Benefit Fund. It transfers 20% of FHCL shares to the Fiji Mahogany Trust. It strengthens reporting, auditing, and accountability. It creates a mahogany forum and a tribunal to deal with industry coordination and disputes. But I say this clearly, passing this bill is not enough, Honorable Speaker. The regulation must set a meaningful percentage for the Landowner Equitable Benefit Fund. The 20% shareholding must produce real dividends. The FHCL must not treat landowner participation as a box-ticking exercise. Landowner companies must be supported with finance, machinery, training, governance, and market access. Landowners have heard enough speeches about mahogany, including this one I'm making. They have heard enough about branding. They have heard enough about overseas markets. They now need sawmills, Honorable Speaker. They need processing, they need jobs. They need business ownership. They need a proper share of the value that comes from the land, Honorable Speaker. For those reasons, Honorable Speaker, I support the Mahogany Bill 2025. I support it as a correction to a failed decree-based system. I support it because the people who gave the land must finally be brought into the center of the mahogany industry, not only as lease recipients, but as owners, participants, and beneficiaries of its full value. Honorable Speaker, I think I've got a couple of minutes. I just want to say a few things in the vernacular, if you don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, ni muli nak nanonta. So kiningale rati tukia na mahogany. Mutabo sa wakang bimichungo bi kondo nanonta may Netherlands. Kondo na kay tumbong may sa kasa. Doon ko'y naway. Ya kuna bus ko na we. Lebu na gele. Obi kondo na buno waski nito nana may bungalay manyamis mas. Sote. Pero nabi korkor na chikin bungalay. Alam magchuna ran ro bol ditok. Because sa antoli bibigyan na matentu. Ito na mata-mata ni raw ang ganga. Rawana kaukawa. Kung doon teke, libo na kaya, tatang dito na lang maningon balabu. Iya, along ko, nung ano sa naroon doon ike, tapos kaya weekend, doon ay ngulibo. Yan ay ngungo, sabo, menda na kayo dola. Yan ustulibo na nanda bilaman, iba kay toke ninggel. Kung hindi bingkat si tagiya, Lada ni sana raw may naka, mentandui, wandandu ni watekian. Anda kilabi na chuko kenda na kene ngengai. Kani sindi ko nani me tukune ke me pimbolei weekenda. Na nonda sasanga, da tumbunda loire rasulingele, weekenda nda vangele tekena mahogany. Sada mengo na ngona andolibi na matentu endona katumba. Anda sulia na nonda dina. Kalau manira nanda kamay muri ko ya boleh na longo membalitir. Barawan kan, lebih lemah ni tegi anak Kanada tumbuh nanda kau tumbuh nanda banua. Kalau kena lebih lemah ni kena cuksau tu ni bingon meliu. Honorable Speaker, with those few words, I stand to support the bill that is before us, and I thank you.
Thank the Honorable Tundondua. I will now give the floor to the Honorable Serra, to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the bill. As much as I wanted to concentrate, I was disturbed by the text messages coming from Honorable Nopot, because he knows the background behind all this, because Honorable Tundundua and I were in the last board before the 2010 decree came in. I'll take a different approach from what the Honorable Tundundua has just stated. I hope he's not still hurt from what happened to us during that time, Honorable Speaker, sir. Huge potentials in the mahogany industry. And this is just one part of it, as the other speakers have stated, Honorable Speaker, sir. I have my speaking notes, but I'll leave it aside. I intend to clarify some of the doubts, the misunderstandings. And let me begin by saying that if we wear the wrong lens, then we will always see things differently. I say that again. If we wear the wrong lens, we will always see things differently. We, as members of Parliament, we need to understand facts. We need to understand history. And we also need to speak the truth. Because, let me say, Honorable Speaker, sir, this is the reality in all this. Once the company makes money, then the benefits will go down to all the stakeholders, particularly the resource owners. I say that again. Once the company makes money, then the benefits will trickle down to all the stakeholders, including the landowners, Honorable Speaker, sir. We all know the history of the mahogany and pine. We are thankful to the Alliance government. Correct me, Honorable Prime Minister, probably Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited came during the SBT government. Why? Because the plantations were maturing, but there was no place to process it, let alone the marketing. They have to find a market. Mega Maderas came in and filled in the void while trying to address most of the teething issues behind Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited. There was the sawmill in Waivunu, in Serua, and we have the timber yard in Nabutu, in Lautoka. Operation started, but they were struggling financially. Big time, Honorable Speaker, sir. Only if you serve in the Fiji Hardwood Board, then you would understand this. I came into the board in 2007 when Winston Thompson was chair. Honorable Speaker, sir, the cash flow was a big nightmare. The company was struggling to keep its operations afloat monthly, Honorable Speaker, sir, and the debts. FNPF was not paid. All the lending agencies, the debts are there. No one is willing to provide further lending to Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited. We are thankful to Mega Maderas. There are issues in there, but we are thankful to Mega Maderas. They enabled Fiji Hardwood Corporation Limited to survive in that very, very difficult period. Honorable Speaker, sir, as I've stated, we all care about our landowners. We all care about Itokays, and we want them to excel in the business environment. But this was the main problem. Fiji Hardwood Corporation has a red balance sheet. There was no money. They were behind in lease payments. They were behind in royalty payments. They were not able to pay the machines that were hired in the yard, in the logging operations, and so forth, let alone the amount of debt that's sitting there in the banks. That was the whole problem behind Fiji Hardwood Corporation. Honorable Speaker, sir, let's look at Fiji Pine Limited. Fiji Pine, thankful to the previous administration, they salvaged Fiji Pine from where it was. Where is Fiji Pine now? Doing very, very well. I was Commissioner Northern, Honorable Speaker, sir. Wairiki, the chips plant in there. There was a board before the previous administration came in. They brought in a chipping mill. It was later found out that chipping mill was brought from a recycling
Point of order. Honorable Speaker, I believe the honorable member is out of order based on the is out of context. On the fact that he's, point 60, sorry, 61. He's not focusing on the bill, which is the bill is supposed to be doing what is telling us the problem. This to be addressed here. He's telling us again the problem that incurred during that time, which we want to address here. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's irrelevant to bring back all the problems. That's why we amend the bill. That's why the bill is here.
Thank you. I take your point, but I will not. I think it's the context that he's explaining why this bill is necessary, right? If you put it that way.
What about the Fiji Pine issue?
The problems from the Fiji hardwood to the Fiji pines. I'm following the arguments, Honourable Member. So allow him, he'll continue, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I warned some government members yesterday. This is the only member that raised a point of order against their own group in the last parliament. So I think it's going to come up soon to the other side. Honorable Speaker, sir, let's just, where is Fiji Pine now? There was no bonus during that time. Now, millions of dollars are going there. Landowner participation, let me point out, it's the same thing in the Fiji Pine that's here now, that's in the bill now. And it was there in the previous bill as well. But, as the other speakers have said, the bill is just a part of it. Let's take ownership of the bill. Let's do it. Let's show government and the whole world that we can do it. We know the history of our businesses. Let's be honest about this. But we are thankful now that FHL Tower is there and government is putting a lot into helping Ethiopians to set up businesses. That is good. But it comes with responsibility. Ethiopians or landowners were given the contracts to harvest pine. Not only the felling, but the transportation as well. In the end, they couldn't do it. They have to, the company has to outsource it again to the others who can do it. Even the canteen in Lololo, that was to be given to the Ethiopians. They can't even operate it. Fiji Hardwood Corporation, sir, was helping Ethiopians during that time. The first bulldozer under that program was given to a Matangali. I won't name the Matangali. To help indigenous Fijians in participating in the operations of the company. What happened to the bulldozer? Fiji Hardwood Corporation has to go back and bring back the bulldozer because they can't operate it. The same problem. So this is not new. But I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, sir, please, let's speak the truth. Let's bring the right context into this. Why did 2010, I'll answer your question, Honorable Attorney General. The 2010 decree came in simply because it's in a state where so much has been demanded from the lenders. But I tell you, honestly, and this is why Honorable Nopoto kept Fiji Hardwood, or the company that's involved in this, can make money. We were starting the turnaround of Fiji Hardwood Corporation back then. We were beginning to service the debts. Honorable Prime Minister, sir, if you look at the industry, I'll honestly say this because the Honorable Minister has talked about the way forward. Unfortunately, Nabutu has been closed. Waibunu, the sawmill, has also been closed. In this business, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, there is, we can say, no money in logs, sale of logs, or very little money. There's some money in timber, but there is maximum benefit out of value adding. If we are going to revisit this, when the company turns around now, as I'm speaking, I do not know how much of that debt has been paid off. But I'll come again and explain that. But this business can make money, can make good money. We have started this value adding in Lotok. We bought some old machines. We started doing value adding, coffins, walking sticks, whatever. Even to the extent where we brought one of the chafaus from to go and do carving. Because this is how we learned it. They used to have the old stock in Nabutu. One day we were sitting with the other board member, Mr. Langison Delana. Langison Delana, he's a forestry graduate. And I was sitting there trying to work out what the cash flow for the next month will be. I asked Mr. Langison Delana if that old stock that is worth 300,000 is converted to make tables, this size of table. Work it out for me. So from that 300,000 worth, it was worth more than 3 million. There's money in value adding. Big money in value adding. So, Honorable AG, sir, the reason why this decree came in to save the company so that we can service the debts. But the long-term intention is this. Once the company recovers, then do the same thing that we did with Fijipai. That's the long-term intent. Although we have complaints and whatever, again, I know that a lot of people are saying this because Kayum was behind it. We were against it. But from government side, the lenders were really demanding for the money. So the only way, and that's why this decree came into place, this is from me, in my understanding of the industry, was to save Fiji Hardwood Corporation so that it can pay off the debt. I hope, Shemi, the current CEO can give us how much is left now. If it's all, then we are in a good position now to take the industry forward and service the landowners and all other stakeholders better. I know the history of the trust, but thank you for bringing in the tribunal, and because there are long-standing issues, Honorable Minister. One of the long-standing issues is the overplanting. And that is why in the bill, in the 2010, decree, it did not allow the landowners. Only Matangali Rara, I think, in Nemesmazi, and another one, have successfully, I think through the court, being able to take back that overplanting portion. But what was the concern of the government then? Because from planting until, you're talking about 50 or 60 years, the whole operation was paid for by government and FHCL. So what government did, and that was what in the bill, let's recover the cost first, and then let's see what happens. The good days for landowners, I think it's now. Because we've gone through that that whole period of struggling. So that's the issue about the outstanding issues or the unresolved issues that is in Part 7, Clause 35, Honorable Speaker, sir. So I wish to end here just to again share with everyone, it was not the intention of government to deny the benefits to Itokays. Never. The typical example is what's happening now in Fiji Pine. Let's be proud of Fiji Pine. It's a key sponsor now for the Fijian Rua. It's doing well, and I hope government will ensure that that is maintained. And now, let's focus on this one. There's something, Honorable Minister, sir, I do not know, Madam Minister, I do not know where it is, because if we want to hit the premium price, branding is important, because there's a lot of illegal mahogany circulating in the market. And especially when Mega Madeiras was the main buyer, there's a lot of illegal mahogany being sold in that part of the world. And the way around that is branding. There was an Australian that we brought during that time, Mark Sanderson. He started the process, because it's not an easy thing to get the branding. But Fiji mahogany will land the premium price when we have branding completed. I think, Madam Minister, I do not know where it is, but that's in terms of the way forward for Fiji mahogany to land the premium price, then we need that branding, I think, to be completed. We support the bill, Honorable Minister and Honorable Prime Minister. We support it. But that's the context. That's the context. Only when Fiji hardwood makes money, then all the stakeholders, including the Itokays, will benefit. Nasawale.
Thank the Honorable Seriratu. I next invite the Honorable Wasarongo to take the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity to contribute to the Mahogany Industry Development Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the asset in the room, as much the figure of speech as we used to do with addressing the elephant in the room. And the asset in the room is our mahogany. Mr. Speaker, the plantation estates run across 14 stations throughout Fiji, and they occupy 75,223 hectares, almost all of it on Itoke land. Now, there were some independent valuations that were done in 2008. It was revealed in 2017. I don't know, I can't explain why there was a delay in between them, but they rounded up that the stock standing value was almost 300 million. If you convert that with the formula of the Honorable Leader of Opposition, we're probably looking at about 3 billion or even 4. In good times, may even be better than that. But yet for more decade, Mr. Speaker, the resource that I've just outlined and spoken about, biologically, I'm told, is more superior than anything planted in South America. Maturity time in Fiji is between 30 to 40 years, as opposed to 60 and 80 in South America. But this, Mr. Speaker, this asset had been effectively stranded. It's not been stranded because of market failure. It's not stranded because there is no demand. It's not stranded because there is a natural deficiency about our stock at the forest. But it's been stranded by legislation. I know that the Leader of Opposition has spoken at length about why the 2010 legislation was introduced. And he spoke about the bottom line. He spoke about the balance sheet that needs to be cleaned up before anything could progress. Mr. Speaker, we're not executives. Inside this House, we are legislators. Our job is to set the parameter of how and what the law should contain. And that's what we're doing. That's what's been done now by the minister who's responsible for fisheries and forestry. And we are here today, Mr. Speaker, to merely not only to amend it, we are replacing that act and we are reforming it. Mr. Speaker, let me read from the record. When the Honorable Bainivalu tabled this bill in December of 2025, she described the existing Mahogany Industry Development Act of 2010 as restrictive and outdated, no longer serving the needs of landowners and not serving the need of operators. Now, Mr. Speaker, if they're not serving the needs of operators and landowners, they're certainly not serving the need of Fijians. The evidence of this failure, Mr. Speaker, is overwhelming. Stakeholders consistently raise 5 fundamental defects about the law and about how the law operates on their operation. First, there's limited landowner representation in decision-making, and the Honorable Bainivalu had spoken passionately about that. Second, rigid and narrow licensing structure that prevented innovation and locked the industry into a single, outdated commercial model. Third, there was difficulty in adjusting the log price, a rigidity that in many functioning markets would be absurd. Prices are fixed in legislations and not discovered in the market, and that's why we're having this. It needs to be legislated first before it can get operationalized. Fourth, a confusion over landowner revenue distribution. Again, the Honorable Bainivalu has spoken about that this afternoon. And fifth, the overlapping authority between the Fiji Hardwood Corporation and the Itoke Land Trust Board, creating ambiguity in jurisdiction that allowed neither institution to discharge their responsibility effectively. And the minister's assessment was categorical. These issues collectively demonstrate that comprehensive reform is urgently needed to bring clarity, justice, and sustainability to the sector. So what does the Mahogany Bill 2025 do? I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, it does something simple in structure, but more profound in philosophy. It repeals and it replaces the Mahogany Industry Act of 2010 and the Mahogany Industry Licensing and Branding Act 2011 with a single, now unified legal framework covering governance, covering benefit sharing, covering dispute resolution, and institutional oversight. Let me enumerate, Mr. Speaker, what this bill enshrines. So the Minister, Mr. Speaker, has spoken about, number 1, the Mahogany Forum, number 2, the Mahogany Tribunal, and number 3, how landowners' equitable benefit fund is going to be established. The Honorable Leader of Opposition has said this afternoon that was always their intention, or the last government's intention. Well, this is the first time I'm hearing it. If it was their intention from that time, then we should have announced at that time. There was no announcement, and we're happy that this minister, our minister in the coalition government, is the one who has the strength and the intestinal fortitude to begin to legislate this and bring it to the floor of Parliament. The bill also clarifies the statutory purpose of the Fiji Hardwood Corporation and imposes principles of governance and responsible management of the mahogany. Schedule 2 explicitly enumerates principles, ensuring accountability is not optional for them, but is legally mandatory that they must follow. Mr. Speaker, let me speak about the philosophy that this bill animates. At least in the corridors on the other side of the House, we learn one thing. Markets do not create, or is not created in a vacuum. They require rules, they require transparency, and they require institutions that align incentives with public interest. And the 2010 Act, Mr. Speaker, violates each and every single principle systematically. Rules overlapping authority between FHCL and TLTB meant that no one knew whose rules was to be applied. Transparency, landowners' revenue distribution was a mystery, even to those who were entitled to them. Institutions, Mahogany Industry Council, body that was designed to provide oversight, met once in 2014, never met in 2015. The institutions that was responsible for governance failed in governance. Mahogany Bill 2025, Mr. Speaker, repairs each of these failures. It creates the forum. It creates the tribunal. It creates the landowner equitable benefit fund. And these, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest are not just technical details or technical adjustments. These make sure that there is architectural fairness in the system. I ask our honorable members, let me answer the question that every Itoke landowners is now asking, and they'll be asking of that tonight. So what does this new bill does for me, it does for my family, it does for my children? And the Honorable Bainiwalu has outlined them very succinctly. First, it provides a direct financial benefit through equitable funding. Second, it provides participation. And we are not just passive observers or sitting on the sideline landowners. You are sitting together, making decisions together about the stock that is on your land. Third, there's access to justice without barriers. In the past, Mr. Speaker, they would go to court, and courts are expensive. Judgments take time. With this, with the conciliation that is going to be provided as a platform in the tribunal, things are going to be low formality and more accessible and conciliated focused. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, is a certification dividend, and that, of course, Honorable Bainiwalu has spoken about as well. And the last one, Mr. Speaker, is the foundational principle of free, prior, and informed consent. Even the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, has affirmed repeatedly, every step of the process will respect the right of indigenous people and chiefs to free, prior, and informed consent. And so this bill, Mr. Speaker, operationalizes that commitment. The 2010 Act overrode Section 4 of the Itoke Land Trust Act, the provision that gives TLTB its fiduciary duty to protect landowners' interests. That was not an oversight, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the Honourable Leader of Opposition was here. That was a structurally designed subordination of landowners' rights. The Mahogany Bill 2025 will do the opposite. It places landowners' voices, Mr. Speaker, at the center of the institutional framework through the forum, through the trust, through transparent benefit distribution, and through accessible dispute resolution. Mr. Speaker, I will close with a number: 75,223 hectares. That's the land area that our Mahogany estate currently occupies. And for decades, Mr. Speaker, trees on those hectares have grown, and the legal framework governing them grew increasingly distant from the people on whose land they stood. The Mahogany Bill will not plant a new single tree. It does not process a single additional log. But what it does, Mr. Speaker, is that it provides a more decorated foundation. It changes the governance architecture so that the future growth of this industry, the growth that the Leader of Opposition was talking about, is going to be equitable, transparent, and sustainable. The review that has led to this bill, Mr. Speaker, in December of 2023 was done with a interministerial task force led by the Honourable Minister. It included nationwide consultation across both the sides of the main islands of Fiji. They considered the legislative framework, institutional arrangements, financial mechanism, marketing strategy, and commercial viability. And it produces a bill that retains the strength of the existing framework whilst systematically remedying the weaknesses that they have found. And that is what, Mr. Speaker, responsible governance looks like. Not revolution, but reform and redesign. And I commend this Mahogany Bill 2025 to the House. And I say to every landowner who has waited, and some of them are sitting here in the gallery, some for 40 years, for their mahogany to mature, and then years more for justice, that this bill will deliver what those consultations have demanded in the last year. They demanded a voice, they demanded a share, and they demanded a seat at the table. The trees are ready, Mr. Speaker, and the markets surely are waiting. And now, at last, the law is ready to be passed. And it is brought to Fiji by the coalition government of the day. Now,
I thank the Honourable Wasarong. The last speaker is the Honourable Rakuita Walalmure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to make a short contribution to the motion that is before the floor of this House. Honourable Speaker, at the outset, I would like to say that I totally support the bill that is being presented by the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Forestry. In my contribution, sir, I would like to share some of the things that the committee captured during their consultations, and probably this would be the right time and the right place to say the reflections of the people during our consultations. The Honourable Usumati rightly said so during our consultations. Honourable Speaker, one of the things that we were faced, the committee, during the consultations with the landowners, with the stakeholders, was the frustration of the people. The frustration of the people. The frustration of the landowners because of the injustice that they have faced for more than 30 years. I say this, Honourable Speaker, because I come from a place where we also have mahogany in our area. Most of my kinsmen back in my village, in the other two villages just outside Ngatiawa, they usually talk about this mahogany, mahogany, mahogany. They feel throughout the years they have felt the injustice. From the time that they gave their land till now, nothing has been seen, Honourable Speaker. This has been the reflection that we, the committee, during our consultation, we faced, and it was addressed to us. In Reketi, Honourable Speaker, a gentleman stood up and asked, we want 70% ownership of the company. That is the reflection of the frustration that the landowners have been taking on for so long. In Saukasa, we were told that, why don't we go back to the initial agreement, 50-50. All this, Honourable Speaker, has been the root cause of the frustration. And the Honourable Leader of Opposition rightly said that if you're looking at the wrong lens, you're looking at the wrong thing. Well, the landowners, Honourable Speaker, they also were looking at the lens. They were also looking at the lens. The government, the previous administration from 2007 until 2022, what did they do? This administration, it is last year in government, has brought up a bill. Honourable Speaker, the MIDA Act was a toxic act that came into the mahogany industry. It restricted the landowners, and we heard this on the ground. And Honourable Speaker, in Saukasa, we were even told that the mahogany issue in Saukasa was one of the issues that contributed to them participating in the coup of 2000. I'm going back to the issue that I'm saying, Honourable Speaker, the frustration of the landowners for so long, the injustices that every government has done to them. But this bill, Honourable Speaker, is the way forward.
This bill will set them free, Honorable Speaker. And it's clearly stated in all the sections in the bill, Honorable Speaker, the forum that is being identified in the Speaker, that is the forum for the landowners. For them to discuss with the government, for them to discuss with Investment Fiji, for them to discuss with the ministry and any other relevant stakeholder that is needed in the mahogany industry. It's only an advisory forum, Honorable Speaker, and that is a need for them. They definitely need that. The tribunal for them to raise their issues, that has been greatly welcomed. And Honorable Usamata rightly said so. There were some mixed feelings about these two institutions. However, the committee had to look at it fairly in a balanced way. We agreed that they must remain. Time may be in the near future. If the need be for amendment, then that will take place in the near future. But the issue that I want to say here, Honorable Speaker, the injustices that the landowners have faced were the major issue that we as the committee were raised before us. And I want to air this right now in the House. And I thank the Honorable Minister for Forestry and whoever participated in the bringing of this bill, because it is timely and it is about time that we give back to the landowners what they are rightly owed. And Honorable Speaker, every time I usually go back to the village, there's a relative of mine. He's always asking, what's happening with our mahogany? What's happening with our mahogany? So I just want to air this out. If he's watching, so to you, Tamale, if you're listening from Busaratu, well, here's your mahogany. So just get ready, register your company, and go out there and get yourself ready for harvesting the mahogany. Honorable Speaker, with those few words, I support the bill, and I thank you for the opportunity to give my submission. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honorable Rakwita Walalamuri for your contribution. I will now call upon the Minister, the Honorable Mbanivala, to speak in reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, firstly, I'd like to thank all the honorable members that contributed and that commented on the motion before the House. Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to thank the Chairman of the Board of Trustees for the Fiji Mahogany Trust, Mr. Sakes Wudang, who's seated in the gallery, representing the landowners this evening. I'm thankful that he's here, and then he's been listening to the debate and the discussion on the bill before the House. Honorable Speaker, please allow me to sincerely thank those that have contributed to the drafting and the development of this bill. I'd like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and Cabinet for firstly endorsing the Cabinet paper and allowing the process to take place. I'd also like to thank the Cabinet Subcommittee on Legislation, the Mahogany Task Force, the members of the Matangali, of the Avusa, of the 14 mahogany stations across Fiji. I'd like to thank Mr. Atu Siwatimbau of Siwatimbau and Sloan Lawyers, the consultant, legal drafter of the mahogany bill. I'd like to thank the Market Development Facility for funding the consultant. I'd also like to thank the Fiji Hardwood Corporation, the Fiji Mahogany Trust, members of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, the legal drafters at the Solicitor General's Office, the mahogany industry operators, the logging companies, the sawmillers, the Fiji Forestry Professionals Association. Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to thank Honorable Kamkamida for always pushing the ministry about the bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is about restoring balance between economic development and social justice. It is about ensuring that prosperity reaches the people whose lands sustain the industry. It is about building an industry that is not only commercially successful, but morally fair. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, to all those that contributed again to the development of the mahogany bill, I say we did it. Naksaka.
Thank the Honorable Mbanivala, the Minister. Parliament now will vote. The question is pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Wednesday, the 3rd of December, 2025, that the mahogany bill be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? No. As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
A bill for an act to provide for the equitable and sustainable growth and development of the mahogany industry and for related matters, Bill number 45 of 2025, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
We move on to the next, or the last of our bills. I now call upon the Minister for Immigration, the Honorable William Opoto, to move his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Friday, the 1st of May, 2026, I move that the following bills be debated, voted upon, and be passed. 1, Immigration Amendment Bill 2026. 2, the Passports Amendment Bill 2026. And 3, the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill 2026.
The seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the House. I now call on the Minister to speak on his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, thank you for allowing us to debate these 3 bills in a bundle. And I hope that members who have read the bill will see the merit in doing so. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me begin by outlining the scope of what we are considering today. Bill number 6 amends the Immigration Act 2003 with 32 clauses, covering border security, data governance, and administrative modernization. Bill number 7 overhauls the Passport Act 2002 with 22 clauses, renaming it to reflect all official travel documents and significantly increasing penalties. Bill number 8 amends the Citizenship of Fiji Act 2009 with 11 clauses, strictly linking citizenship acquisition to lawful residents through the new permanent residence permit framework. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will now address each bill in sequence, and let me begin with Bill number 6 of 2026. This is the most substantial of the 3 bills, with 32 clauses that make comprehensive changes to the Immigration Act 2003. The key objectives are to streamline border security, modernize our data collection capabilities, and clarify the division of administrative authority between the Minister and the Permanent Secretary. Clause 1 through 3 lay the foundation for the entire bill. The definition of child is brought down from 21 to 18 years, aligning with the Constitution, international norms, and our other legislation. We introduce critical new definitions for advanced passenger information, the API system, the alert list, passenger name records, and the passenger data single window. These terms are essential for the border control modernization that the Immigration Ministry is going through. Clause 4 through 7 establish a clear 2-tier administrative structure. Division 1 codifies the Minister's overarching powers, issuing policy directions to the Permanent Secretary, giving specific operational directions such as deportation procedures, making orders and regulations, and delegating power as appropriate. Division 2 then defines the Permanent Secretary's operational powers comprehensively. This includes issuing and cancelling visas, granting refugee status, and removing prohibited immigrants, and the Permanent Secretary may delegate these functions. This separation ensures policy remain at the ministerial level while day-to-day operations are handled efficiently by the Permanent Secretary. Clauses 8 through 10 deal with operational powers at the border. Clauses 11 through 15 reform the visa and permit framework. A key change is the transfer of visa issuing authority from individual immigration officers to the Permanent Secretary, ensuring consistency and accountability. Permit categories are restructured into 4 clear types: visitor, investor, permit to reside, and permit to reside and work. Notably, visitors may now undertake short-term work for up to 1 month, addressing a practical gap in the current framework. Permits are automatically voided upon deportation, closing a loophole. Clause 15 is particularly important. It establishes that no person has a right to a visa or permit. The decision rests solely on the Permanent Secretary's discretion. This gives the government the flexibility it needs to manage immigration in the national interest. Clauses 16 and 17 addresses 2 distinct but important areas. Clause 16 refines the definition of prohibited immigrants. Persons entering Fiji for trials, imprisonment, or as victims or detainees are now explicitly excluded from prohibited immigrant status. Clause 17 establishes a comprehensive data governance framework. This includes confidentiality obligations for all who handle the data, frameworks for both domestic and overseas data sharing, and critically, a strict 5-year retention limit for API and PNR data with mandatory depersonalization after 2 years. These safeguards balance security needs with privacy rights and align with international best practice. Clauses 18 through 24 restructure the removal and deportation framework. Clause 24 introduces a humane alternative. Prohibited immigrants may voluntarily depart instead of facing enforced removal, and this reduces costs and administrative burden while achieving the same outcome. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to Bill number 7 of 2026, the Passport Amendments Bill. This bill structurally overhauls the Passport Act 2002. It is not merely an amendment, but a comprehensive restructuring that renames the Act to reflect its expanded coverage of all official travel documents. Bill 7 contains 22 clauses, delivering 6 key reforms. The Act is renamed the Travel Documents Act to accurately reflect its scope. 2 new document categories are created: Fijian travel-related documents, or FTRDs, covering ordinary, emergency, official, and diplomatic passports, and non-Fijian travel-related documents, or NFTRDs, covering certificates of identity and refugee travel documents. Penalties are significantly increased across all offense categories. Administrative authority shifts from the Director of Immigration to the Permanent Secretary. Consequential amendments are made to 18 other pieces of legislation to align terminology. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 through 4 handle the renaming and definitional updates. Clause 5 is the heart of this bill. It deletes and replaces the entire Part 2 with new sections 3 through 22 structured into 3 divisions. Division 1 governs Fiji passports. It establishes a citizen's right to a Fiji travel-related document. It specifies the issuing authority, sets out eligibility and return procedures for official and diplomatic passports. It defines grounds for refusal, including outstanding warrants and security risks, and sets the validity at 10 years for adults and 5 years for minors. Right now, they're all 10 years. Division 2 introduces temporary travel certificates for citizens stranded outside Fiji who need urgent return, usually when they lose their passports or their passports expire overseas. It is a long process now. We have a faster way of just issuing a temporary travel certificate to enable their return. Division 3 outlines the non-Fijian travel-related documents for eligible non-citizens, including validity periods, cancellation protocols, and a prohibition on exiting or entering with without valid travel documents. Clauses 7 through 13 implement a dramatic escalation in penalties for travel document offenses. For example, refusing to surrender wrongfully possessed documents and offenses involving false statements both carry $50,000 maximum penalty and or 5 years imprisonment. The most severe penalty is on unauthorized alteration of documents, basically forgery of documents and passports. It carries a maximum penalty of $100,000 and or 10 years imprisonment. These penalties, Mr. Speaker, send a clear message about the seriousness in which Fiji treats document integrity. Clauses 14 through 22 handle the administrative transition. Reviewable decisions shift to the permanent secretary, and the PS may delegate powers to immigration and public offices. Critically, transitional rules protect pending applications, which will be processed under the prior rules. Existing passports remain valid. The terminology changes from Director of Immigration and Passports Officer to Permanent Secretary applies across the entire Act. Mr. Speaker, a new schedule lists officers that are eligible for official passports. For those that haven't seen it, it's the passport that has a black cover. And in the list includes members of parliament, the Solicitor General, Chief Registrar, the permanent secretaries, Secretary to Cabinet, and not forgetting the Secretary General to Parliament. There is flexibility where Cabinet may, by notice in the Gazette, vary the list in the schedule. The Uncommenced Passports Amendment Act 2020 is repealed, and consequential amendments are applied to 18 other laws. Mr. Speaker, I now come to the third and final bill, Bill number 8 of 2026, the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is the linchpin that connects immigration status to citizenship eligibility, utilizing the new permanent residence permit framework that is established under Bill number 6. Bill 8 contains 11 clauses implementing 6 key reforms. The core changes is that citizenship via naturalization or registration is now strictly linked to lawful residence, specifically through the permanent residence permit. Implementation is phased with transitional dates at 2030 for registration and 2035 for naturalization, giving applicants time to adjust. Clause number 7 deletes Part 8 of the Citizenship Act, removing overlapping provisions about rights to enter and reside, as these matters are now properly regulated through the Immigration Act under Bill number 6. This ensures a single coherent framework rather than fragmented provisions across multiple acts. Pending natural applications will be processed under the previous rules, protecting those already in the pipeline. The Banabon community members in Fiji, they receive a 5-year fee waiver for naturalization. And currently the fee stands at 5,625 for naturalization, and this is in recognition of their unique historical relationship with Fiji. The Minister's ability to delegate regulation making to the Director of Immigration is removed, keeping subsidiary legislation at the appropriate ministerial level. And finally, the uncommenced 2020 and 2022 Amendment Acts are repealed to consolidate and simplify the statutory framework. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, let me highlight the six key themes that run across all three bills. First is administrative consolidation. Authority is centralized under the Permanent Secretary across all three domains, creating a single point of operational accountability. Second is the permanent residence permit. PR becomes now the gateway linking immigration status to citizenship eligibility. This is the golden thread connecting all three bills. Third is digital modernization. Electronic systems for passenger data, visa applications, and digital decision-making bring Fiji's immigration infrastructure into the 21st century. Fourth is enhanced enforcement. Dramatically increased penalties, new infringement notices, expanded search powers, and non-refundable fees strengthen our compliance and deterrence framework. Fifth is robust data governance. Confidentiality obligations, data sharing frameworks, and strict retention limits with mandatory depersonalization protect individual privacy while enabling effective border security. And sixth is phased implementation. Transitional provisions at every level ensure pending applications are protected and existing documents remain valid while the new standards take effect. Mr. Speaker, sir, these three bills represent a once-in-a-generation reform of Fiji's immigration, travel documents, and citizenship framework. They are interconnected by design. Bill number 6 modernizes the immigration system and creates the permanent residency permit. Bill number 7 overhauls travel documents, and Bill number 8 links citizenship to lawful residents through that permanent residence permit created in Bill number 6. Mr. Speaker, sir, I commend Bills number 6, 7, and 8 of 2026 to the House, and I invite honorable members' support. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Minister for Immigration, the Honorable William Poto, for his motion. Honorable members, the floor is now open for the debate on the motion. I have 3 speakers on my list. I will now first invite the Acting Attorney and the Minister for Justice, Honorable Turanga. Take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Before I touch on the key issues of the bill, just want to give a brief background, Mr. Speaker. I was working in the Ministry of Home Affairs when these related bills were enacted in 2002. And today, to see the Minister for Immigration bring these 3 bills, it brings inspiration and motivation, and also I applaud the Honorable Prime Minister in dedicating a ministry for immigration. Mr. Speaker, so you may realize that the Department of Immigration is a small agency, and over the years it's bounced off from Prime Minister's office, Ministry of Home Affairs, and other agencies, and Ministry of Defense. So it's been moving around until late last year. And with the minister, and of course, as you probably aware, the minister was the former director for immigration. So there is a lot of institutional knowledge, and these three bills reflect a lot of work put in it. And I thank the ministry and the subcommittee and everyone who were consulted in contributing to this bill. The past few weeks, Mr. Speaker, so you may realize there is a meeting going on in Nandi about the head of the police from the region. What they talk about is transnational crime. Our borders are porous. Criminal syndicates operate in different countries, and they move their people around. With this bill, with the advanced passenger, you should be able to know through AFP people who are linked to the criminal syndicates. It's not only for drugs, we also have people, Mr. Speaker, who come here for the very one purpose: trafficking and molesting children. And these are what the police are working on with counterparts from overseas. When the information are passed on, the immigration should be able to be alerted and then refuse them at the border. I'm encouraged by the fact that before the key decision rests with the director, but now with the permanent secretary, the scope of responsibility has now been vested to the permanent secretary. And there is a clear delineation of duties. The powers of the minister, the power of permanent secretary, and of course the powers of the immigration. Even if there is a delegated powers, the minister and the permanent secretary remain those powers. Mr. Speaker, so you will probably understand the immigration laws are one piece of legislation that changes faster than any other laws. I understand in New Zealand last year, they have changed the immigration laws because a lot of Fiji citizens used to go and, for the ladies, give birth in New Zealand for the purpose of citizenship. But they've changed that. Maybe that's something that we can look at. When I was in the Ministry of Home Affairs, something came to my attention. It takes only one person from China who comes on work permit to have his work permit extended twice to qualify to be a Fiji citizen. It was so easy, we gave it away. However, we understand that we note from here that there is a process, PR, and I thank the minister and his team. Because otherwise, given our lucrative, our very attractive location, people come here for their sole purpose. Get citizenship, then of course, go to New Zealand, Australia. And one of the problems we face nowadays is our foreign workers. This is a real issue, sir, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, in section 13, it's a new provision of the Immigration Act, whereby, and this comes of a life experience, which we had, where someone who falls in the prohibited immigrant, the minister doesn't even have the power to allow that, based on the consideration there. So we have put in the minister through consultation with the National Security Council. The world is getting smaller. Sometimes people who are undesirable in other countries may be desirable in this part of the world. And this is a very practical tool. I've just showed to the Honorable Prime Minister that this is a new creation, because what we don't want, a situation arises where the minister said, oh, I don't have power. I think the other side, Honorable Prime Minister, and talking about excessive powers of the minister. Of course, the ministers should have power because they are the ministers. Yeah? Of course, you can go to Parliament to exercise those. These are practical and operational matters that should be managed by the ministry, and Section 13 of the Principal Act has been amended in the 16th to address that situation. The penalties, we understand. It must be changed to reflect the seriousness and, of course, the common occurrence of this offense. One interesting note, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the definition. If you look at the immigration, the Interpol and regional organization, regional watch list, these are matters that were not there from the initial legislation. It just goes to show because of the collaboration between these agencies. Currently, Fiji, we're faced with a situation where there's a red alert, but at least it gives some decisive, some certainty to the immigration officers in terms of dealing with applications. And being an immigration officer is one of the challenging tasks. But to turn someone back or to allow. It's not easy. There's I think there's a show in one of the Australian channels that shows, and if you watch that, it kind of reminds us. They can easily permit someone who is a security risk. They can also make a good decision in terms of apprehending someone who has some activity or some drugs or products that are prohibited. And they are the first line of defense for the nation. And we should accord them with the powers so that they can be easily detected. The three bills are interconnected, Mr. Speaker, sir. If you amend the immigration, you're going to amend the passport as well. And it's good to see that these three bills are being tabled on the same day, and I fully commend the bill before the House.
I thank the Minister and the Acting Attorney. I will call on next on. I've just received the list from the opposition, so we are more than the three speakers for this. So, Honorable Premila Kumari, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to respond to the Immigration Amendment Bill 2026 only. We recognize the need to modernize Fiji's immigration framework. The Immigration Act 2003 was enacted in a very different era, before digital border systems, before biometric technologies became an accepted standard internationally, and before modern transnational security threats evolved to their current complexity. Mr. Speaker, sir, today border management is no longer about stamping passports at the airport counter. It involves electronic passenger information, biometric verification, intelligence-led screening, international information sharing, and risk-based monitoring. Fiji cannot remain technologically outdated while the world modernizes around us. Mr. Speaker, sir, we support the bills before the House. We support the introduction of advanced passenger information and passenger name record systems to strengthen pre-arrival screening and improve border security. We support modern technology that allows authority to identify high-risk travelers before they arrive in Fiji. We also support measures that align Fiji with evolving international security standards. Mr. Speaker, Fiji is a tourism-dependent nation located in a strategically sensitive region. We cannot ignore growing concerns around transnational crime, human trafficking, drug trafficking, identity fraud, and cyber-enabled crime. Border management today is fundamentally tied to national security. We also acknowledge the government's efforts to modernize immigration processing system, including online enrollment system, biometric capture updates, and digital processing capabilities intended to improve efficiency and reduce delays for citizens and travelers. However, Mr. Speaker said the role of Parliament is not simply to endorse executive power. The role of Parliament is to ensure that laws strike the proper balance amongst national security and individual rights, enforcement powers and procedural fairness, and administrative efficiency and constitutional accountability. And it is here that I wish to raise few concerns, and maybe when the Minister is delivering his response, if he can just address those few concerns that I wish to raise. Mr. Speaker, immigration law is one of the most powerful areas of state authority because it directly affects movement, livelihood, and of course, family reunion when people want to go to a particular country. Now, such powers therefore be exercised with precision, transparency, and safeguards. Mr. Speaker, Sir, Clause 16, particularly Sections 13(2)(g) and I, introduces consultation with the National Security Council before certain declarations are made on security grounds. We acknowledge this as an improvement. However, the bill merely requires the minister to act in consultation with the council. So consultation does not mean concurrence in this particular case. The minister may heed the council's advice and then ignore it entirely. If the government genuinely intends this provision to act as a safeguard against arbitrary decisions, then the law should require agreement or concurrence of National Security Council rather than mere consultation. So if the minister can elaborate on that. Mr. Speaker, I also note that while Fiji is rapidly advancing or embracing biometric system, digital identification, and electronic data sharing, Parliament must not ignore growing public concerns surrounding privacy, data protection, and misuse of personal information. Access across the world, governments are expanding the collection of biometric information, fingerprints, facial recognition data, even iris scan, and travel records in the name of security and efficiency. Fiji is now moving in the same direction. But the question I'm asking is, where are the safeguards? Where are the protections against misuse, unauthorized disclosure, cyber breaches, or surveillance overreach? I do understand that there are some privacy laws, but it's spread across various legislation. It does not have a consolidated privacy law. And maybe in future, we can have a consolidated privacy law, considering that data is now widely shared for various reasons. Some people just sell their data to make money. So it's another form of crime. Mr. Speaker said the bill allows voluntary departure. Now, the idea of allowing voluntary departure instead of forced removal or deportation is humane, it's practical, and internationally recognized. It allows individuals to live with dignity, reduces detention costs, lowers enforcement burdens, and may avoid unnecessarily harsh outcomes. The Permanent Secretary or Minister may allow voluntary departure, but the bill provides no criteria explaining when it should be considered, no obligation to inform individuals of the option, and no right for affected person to request it formally. Without clear criteria, the provision risks becoming inconsistent, again arbitrary, or dependent on personal discretion rather than through set criteria. Mr. Speaker, I noted that Section 59A establishes ministries' bank account. I couldn't understand the reason for that, and perhaps the Minister can deliberate further on it. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji is currently facing a significant outflow of skilled professionals, labor shortages in key sectors, and increasing dependence on foreign workers to sustain parts of the economy. So immigration policy, therefore, cannot be viewed only through the lens of border enforcement. It must also connect to labor market realities, investment needs, national security, economic growth, and social cohesion. An effective immigration framework should facilitate legitimate investment support for economic development. It should be able to attract skills Fiji genuinely needs and maintain public confidence in the integrity of the system. So border security and economic development must work together. Mr. Speaker, immigration law sits at the intersection of sovereignty, security, and human rights. Parliament, therefore, has a duty to ensure this legislation is not only efficient, but fair, not only modern, but accountable, not only enforceable, but also just. And as I said earlier on, Mr. Speaker, we support the bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Pramila Kumar. I'll ask Honorable Virendra Lal to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for giving me the chance to speak in favor of three very significant pieces of legislation. We are looking at Bill number 6, the Immigration Amendment Bill 2026, Bill number 7, the Passports Amendment Bill 2026, and Bill number 8, the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill 2026. These three bills represent a massive step forward for the security, administration, and integrity of our beloved nation. When we look closely at these amendments, we see that they revolve beautifully around three fundamental pillars that cannot be separated: our immigration system, our travel passports, and the sacred rights of our citizens. They form a single triangle of national protection. You cannot change one without impacting the other two. The world around us is changing fast. Technology is moving at an incredible pace, and criminal networks are finding new ways to exploit gaps in old legal systems. Fiji cannot afford to rely on outdated frameworks. We must modernize our borders, clear up administrative confusion, and protect the rights of our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will begin with the first vital pillar, which is our citizens, as addressed in the Immigration Amendment Bill 2026. This bill addresses several fundamental areas, starting with very core of what it means to be a citizen of Fiji. For the first time, we are inserting a dedicated part into the law that explicitly guarantees the rights of our citizens. Section 3A makes it absolutely clear that every single citizen of Fiji has an inherent right to be in this country at any time. More importantly, this amendment explicitly states that a Fijian citizen can never be removed or deported from Fiji under any circumstances. This provides absolute peace of mind and constitutional alignment. It shields our people from ever being exiled from their own homeland. While our citizens retain this absolute right to stay, they will still be subject to standard border procedures to record movements and keep our country safe. Another vital correction in this bill that impacts family tracking is the alignment of age definitions. The old law looked at a child as anyone under the age of 21. This bill drops that threshold to 18 years. This matches our constitution and aligns our immigration laws with the modern global standard of adulthood. It simplifies legal procedures and clarifies family status across our systems. Beyond these legal updates, the true strength of our second pillar, which is immigration management, lies in how it modernizes our border security infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, say, our border security cannot begin when a passenger walks up to the counter at Nandi or Nosuri Airport. Security must begin before that plane even leaves the ground in a foreign country. This bill introduces the passenger data single window system. This facility allows airline operators to submit standardized passenger information through a single electronic entry point. This includes advanced passenger information, which we call API, and passenger name record data, known as PNR. What does this mean in real terms? It means commercial carriers must transmit vital biographic data, flight details, contact information, baggage tracking records, and travel histories directly to our border agencies before departure or arrival. We will have the power to identify high-risk individuals, detect serious criminals, and spot transnational threats before they step foot on our soil. This completely changes our border strategy from reactive to proactive. To back up this new technology, we are giving our enforcement officers the practical tools they need to do their jobs. Under Section 5, immigration and enforcement officers will have the power to search persons and their personal belongings without a search warrant when performing official duties. This power explicitly extends to inspecting digital devices, personal communications, and private health records like vaccine status. In this modern day and age, a person's digital footprint can tell us far more about security risk than a paper passport. Our officers must have the ability to inspect electronic data immediately when an irregular situation arises at the primary lane. We are also introducing a streamlined infringement notice system. Officers can issue fixed penalty notices directly for minor offenses, ensuring quick enforcement and saving our court system from unnecessary delays. The bill also cleanly separates the powers of the Minister and the Permanent Secretary. The Minister holds political oversight and sets policy directions, while daily administration and processing functions are placed under the Permanent Secretary. This provides operational clarity and structural accountability. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we look at these border upgrades, we must realize that immigration data and travel documents are not separate issues. They overlap constantly. A strong immigration system is entirely useless if our third pillar, which represents the passports and travel certificates people carry, is weak, unverified, or open to fraud. Security requires a unified approach. That is why it is completely natural that we debate these bills together today. The changes we make to passenger data systems directly support the changes we are making to our passport frameworks. This brings me directly to Bill number 7, the Passports Amendment Bill 2026. This second bill renames the baseline legislation to the Travel Documents Act 2002. This name change is highly deliberate. A passport is not the only document our immigration department issues to facilitate international travel. We need a comprehensive, modern structure that governs every single type of travel paper under one roof. This bill establishes a clear legal track for 7 distinct types of documents. For our citizens, it regulates ordinary passports, emergency passports, official passports, diplomatic passports, and temporary travel certificates. For non-citizens, it provides a proper framework for certificates of identity and refugee travel documents. We are completely removing the old positions of independent passport officers and centralizing all administrative powers directly under the Permanent Secretary responsible for immigration. This eliminates fragmentation. It creates a single accountable line of command. The Permanent Secretary will handle the issuance, refusal, and cancellation of all travel documents with clear powers to delegate tasks to field officers to maintain efficiency. Mr. Speaker, sir, our national passport is a symbol of our sovereignty. But we must also look at its immense value right here at home. Our passport is far more than just a document for boarding an airplane. It is the most secure, valid, and powerful form of identification a person can ever possess. In our local banks, in our government departments, and in our daily commercial transactions, a valid passport establishes identity beyond any shadow of a doubt. It is my sincere hope and vision for our nation that one day every single citizen of Fiji will hold a valid passport. Having this powerful form of identification in the hands of all our people will greatly improve national security, streamline access to public and private services, and truly empower our population. When a citizen of Fiji holds this document, whether they are standing at an international border or inside a local financial institution, it must command absolute respect and trust. If our travel documents are easy to falsify or misuse, the reputation of our entire nation suffers. The old penalties in the existing law are far too low to act as an effective deterrent. Criminal networks view small fines as just the cost of doing business. This bill fixes the vulnerability by dramatically escalating criminal penalties across the board. If a person is caught obtaining a travel document through false pretenses, or if they refuse to deliver a wrongfully held passport, they will face major fines up to $50,000 and up to 5 years in prison. Even more severely, anyone who executes unauthorized alterations, forgeries, or misuses an official passport will face a massive financial penalty up to $100,000 or up to 10 years in prison, or both. These heavy penalties send a clear message to human traffickers and document forgers. Fiji will not tolerate the abuse of its identity. We are also introducing strict safeguards to protect our children under the age of 18. No travel document will be issued to a minor without explicit written consent from a parent or legal guardian or a specific court order. The only exception is during an absolute family crisis where the parents cannot be contacted, and even then, the permanent secretary must be guided strictly by the best interest of the child. This framework builds a powerful shield against child trafficking and unauthorized child removal. To avoid duplicate frameworks and conflict, the bill also enacts a consequential amendment to the Customs Act 1986, completely deleting all biometric references. Therefore, all travel document security resides in a single clear law. Mr. Speaker, once we protect immigration and secure our passports, we must look at who has the right to access these privileges. This brings me directly to Bill number 8, the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill 2026. This legislation completes our security triangle by protecting the ultimate prize, which is Fijian citizenship. Citizenship is our most sacred gift. It must never be cheapened, and the pathways to obtaining it must be secure, transparent, and completely beyond approach. This bill tightens the requirements for non-citizens who want to register or naturalize as citizens of our country. For long-term naturalization, the bill maintains that an applicant must be lawfully present for 8 out of 10 years before applying. However, we are introducing a major change to protect the integrity of this track. From 1st January 2035 onwards, an applicant must be a holder of a valid permanent residence permit. The law explicitly forbids the minister from counting any temporary stay toward this 8-year target. Gaps or structural lapses will not be tolerated because the residency periods must be consecutive. We are sending a very clear message to the world. Temporary stayers are welcome to visit or study, but temporary presence does not build a pathway to a Fijian passport. The bill explicitly amends Section 23 to state that time spent in Fiji under a visitor permit, a student permit, a research permit, a training permit, or a special purpose permit can never be counted toward citizenship. This protects our system from being manipulated. We are also updating the path for foreign adults married to our citizens. A spouse must be present for 3 out of 5 years, but on and after 1st January 2030, they must hold a permanent residence permit and accumulate those 3 years under that specific permit. To ensure only individuals of high integrity join our national family, we are giving the minister explicit authority power to refuse a certificate of registration if the applicant fails to prove they are of good character. In terms of good governance, this bill updates our structures by formally shifting operations from the old department to the Ministry of Immigration. It also stops the practice of delegating regulation-making powers down to operational staff. Making laws and guidelines must remain at the ministerial level to uphold best practice standards. To clean up our books, it repeals 2 uncommenced amendment acts from 2020 and 2022 that are now obsolete. Mr. Speaker, all 3 bills establish clear rules for accountability and transition. All pending applications will be processed smoothly under old terms, and existing valid documents remain active until they naturally expire. We are also ensuring that this updated legislation takes absolute primacy over any inconsistent domestic laws to eliminate legal loopholes. Together, Bill number 6, Bill number 7, and Bill number 8 lock together to connect immigration, passports, and citizens into a comprehensive, modern wall of defense around our nation while preserving the sacred rights of our people. I fully support these amendments and urge all members of this August to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honorable Virendra Lal. I call now on Honorable Bosarong, Minister for Lands. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But before I speak on these bills,
important, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to join a chorus of congratulations to the Fiji Muslim League and the followers of Islam in Fiji in their celebration of Eid ul-Adha today. And I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, today the mosques around the country will be filled with prayers and reflections about the thoughts of sacrifice on the occasion that they remember today. So I wish Haji Bashir Ahmed, President of Fiji Muslim League, and all followers of Islam around the country a happy celebration of it. Today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute and support these very important pieces of legislation that have been threaded together because it must be to recognize the importance of these changes. These bills, Mr. Speaker, as we understand from the Minister's address in the House, are not technical adjustments. They represent a fundamental rethinking of how we manage the movements of people across our borders in the 21st century. A rethinking grounded in three timeless principles: the unshakable right of every Fijian to call these islands home, the solemn duty of a state to protect our sovereignty and our security, and the hopeful belief that Fiji must remain open to the world while remaining true to ourselves. Let us speak plainly about where we stand, Mr. Speaker. We are a small island developing nation. But we're also blessed with extraordinary beauty. We're blessed with great spirit of our people. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in navigating an increasingly complex and uncertain world, global migration patterns are shifting, security threats are evolving, technology is transforming how borders function. And our own people, our Fijian diaspora, our growing economy, and our Pacific family demands a system that is both modern and humane. And these three bills, Mr. Speaker, rise to meet the demand. First, the Immigration Amendment Bill of 2026. This bill affirms a core truth, Mr. Speaker. Every Fijian citizen has an inherent, unbreakable right to enter and remain in Fiji at any time. No government and no circumstance can strip a Fijian of that fundamental belonging. This is not just the principle of this government. It is not a policy, but it also is a principle of this government. It provides absolute protection against deportation or removal of our citizens, while ensuring that we maintain proper border procedures for safety and for order. The bill also modernizes our framework. It aligns the definition of a child to that of the Constitution. It strengthens protection for victims of human trafficking. It improves information sharing, introduces a better risk assessment tool, and brings our law in line with best practices internationally. And this is about security, Mr. Speaker, that is with humanity. It says to the world that Fiji will defend its borders firmly, but will never turn its back on the vulnerable or deny its own people of their birthright. The Passport Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, is more than a travel document, we understand. It is a symbol of identity, dignity, and connection to the nation. This bill, Mr. Speaker, strengthens that symbol by introducing tougher penalties for serious offenses involving fraud, misuse, or trafficking of passports. It consolidates and modernizes our travel documents to prevent abuse while making legitimate processes smoother and more secure. In an age where identity theft and transnational crimes have become more sophisticated, we are responding with clarity and with resolve. We are investing in biometrics, digital systems, and stronger verifications. Not to shut out the world, Mr. Speaker, but to ensure that when Fijians travel, They do so with pride and confidence. Those who wish us harm cannot exploit our openness. Third, Mr. Speaker, is the Citizenship Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, for very long, our citizenship laws have been a puzzle of boxes. 10 years residency here, 5 years marriage there, discretion of the minister, permanent residency card that never quite becomes a blue passport, and in the shadows, thousands stateless children. Children born in Fiji to Fijian mothers and foreign fathers who abandoned them. Children who speak today very fluent Itoke, sing our national anthem, enjoys rugby, but who are, in the eyes of the law, nowhere people. This bill, Mr. Speaker, ends that shame. Citizenship is the deepest expression of belonging. This bill streamlines and clarifies pathways to citizenship while safeguarding its integrity. It recognizes the bond of blood and heritage, including our diaspora and communities like the Banabans, while ensuring that those who seek to join us obey our national family, demonstrate commitment to Fiji's values and respect for the Fijian way of life. As you would understand, Mr. Speaker, citizenship is not a prize for the lucky. It is a covenant for the committed. Fiji is not a blood and soil nation. Fiji is a woven nation, where the Itoke, the Rotuman, Fijians of Indian descent, Chinese Fijian, the part European, and the new Fijian by choice are all threads in the same tapestry. This bill says if you love Fiji, if you serve Fiji, if you raise your children to honor Fiji, then Fiji will honor you back. Mr. Speaker, I was sent to attend the 80th commemoration on Rambi Island last December. They commemorated the arrival of their ancestors to our shores. They danced to songs of that arrival, a story of broken promises of bigger houses only to arrive and find tents that they were required to live in for many years. They struggled. Many died to new diseases. In my speech to open the one-week celebration on Rambi Island, I said to the thousands who've come from Australia and New Zealand and from other Pacific Island countries, and even those who've traveled from Vitilevu, I said to them, Mr. Speaker, I've watched how you told your stories in songs and dances. However treacherous your past may have been, let me tell you that Ocean Island is miles and miles away, and it is even deserted. Fiji is now your home. Today, Mr. Speaker, through the great effort of the Minister and his team at Immigration, that speech is confirmed into law. Coalition government have delivered the Banaban people and for the Banaban community. Together, these bills, Mr. Speaker, form a coherent vision, secure, modern, and principled migration system that serves Fiji's interests in a changing world. There's a philosophy at the heart of all of these changes, Mr. Speaker. It is the philosophy of a very confident nation, one secure enough in its identity to protect its citizens without apology, yet generous enough in its spirit to engage constructively with the world. And it rejects the naive openness that ignores real risks and harsh isolation that betrays our Pacific values of kinship and hospitality. We understand that in the 21st century, no country can thrive by building walls. Our economy depends on tourism, trade, and investment, and skill migration. Our families are spread across oceans. Our future requires us to attract talents, welcome visitors, and maintain the deep connections that defines us as a Pacific people. But we will do so, Mr. Speaker, through these amendments on our own terms, with clear rules, with strong safeguards, and an unyielding commitment to our nation's interests. We welcome talents, we welcome expertise, we welcome citizens of the world who want to find their paradise to invest in. These amendments allow that. Allow you to first visit if you decide to stay, you can invest, you can begin a business, and you can even have a family. We will welcome citizens of the world who want to call Fiji their permanent earthly home. But we will do that with the law that is passed today. We will do that once we find that on the proof of your character, you're fine. We will do that with the proof of your commitment to this country. And we will do that with the commitment of with proof of your contribution. And these are the 3 C's, Mr. Speaker, that those who want to call Fiji their home must stick. Commitment, contribution, and character. These are boxes that are not recent inventions. They are reasonable standards. They are standards we have set as a small island developing but proud nation that is full of tradition and values that cannot and must not be compromised. These reforms are about building trust. Trust between the government and our people that their citizenship means something real and will be protected. Trust with our international partners that Fiji is a responsible global citizen. And trust in our institutions that they can manage movements effectively in a very complex world. So to every Fijians listening tonight, whether they are in Suva or in my hometown in Sausawu, Sydney or even Auckland or even in the United States, I want to say this to you, that your connection to this country is not a privilege granted by government. It is a right rooted in who you are. These bills reinforce that promise. And to those who dream of making Fiji their home, we welcome you. But we ask you to respect the values, the laws, the responsibility that comes with joining this special national family. Mr. Speaker, this is a defining choice for our generation. We can cling to outdated systems that no longer serves us, or we can build a migration framework worthy of the Fiji we are becoming. And we are truly becoming secure, prosperous, compassionate, but we're also becoming forward-looking. And I urge every honourable member of this House to support these bills so that together we can show the world, and more importantly, let's show our children that Fiji is a nation that knows who it is, that protects what it holds dear, and remains open to the possibilities of the future. So together, Mr. Speaker, we can ensure that our borders are strong, our identity is secure, and our promise to every Fijian at home and abroad is unbreakable. Nasa wale Uturan Speaker. Na wale.
Thanks, the Honorable Wasaroma, Minister for Lands. I will now call on the Honorable Chone Usmati.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to also support the bills that are before the House. And I don't think I'll go through the various provisions because I think the members have done that. When the bill was first brought to the House, I was talking to the minister. I said, hey, when you are director, maybe a lot of these things were things you're dreaming of, and now that you're minister, you're finally putting it in place. I think there's a lot of good things that are in this bill. It brings us international. There are some concerns with some areas. These have been highlighted by some of the members on this side. I think one of the things that gets to me is the broad amount of data that is collected, personal information on people, and the security of that data, the depersonalization of data, because as Honorable Premier Kumar pointed out, that can lead to all kinds of problems if people make money out of those things. That's one of the things that's in my mind as I listen to that broadly, the concentration of executive power and the need to be able to control its impact to make sure that it is used objectively. But overall, Mr. Speaker, sir, I won't add too much because all the things that I have here have already been said. But I think the bill is a revolution. It's taking us forward into the future to keep us on par, the importance of keeping our borders safe for the people of our country. And I don't commend because it's not my bill. I fully support the motion for us. Thank you, sir.
I thank Honorable Usamante. The last of our speakers is Honorable Professor Prasad. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Say one of the advantages of speaking last is that you can shorten your contribution based on the contribution of the members. But let me begin by thanking the Honorable Minister for his leadership in bringing these three very important bills. It's part of the government's broader effort, Mr. Speaker said, to modernize border management, improve national security, strengthen identity systems, and streamline immigration processes. And I think the Minister has very clearly and quite eloquently highlighted the various provisions. Besides, Mr. Speaker, I will try and shorten it further because my colleague here, Honorable Charan Singh, quietly warned me that I should keep my contribution very brief. But what I wanted to do is to link all this. But before that, let me also highlight what this government has already done as part of the Immigration Amendment Act 2023. In fact, we as a policy, as a government's national agenda, we have tried to entice our diaspora not only to come back, live, reside, work, and invest, but also to think about, coming back to their country of birth with the skills, with the experience that they might have gained in other countries, and come back and contribute to the national development of our country. So, as part of that amendment in 2023, descendants of the diaspora can enter Fiji, reside, study, work in Fiji, and policy applies to their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren of persons who were citizens at the time of Fiji's independence in 1970. And this same privilege is extended to everyone registered in the VKV. And I know the Honourable Minister has plans to strengthen that further. But Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to take a few minutes to link the three bills, the passport, particularly immigration, and the innovation that this immigration bill is bringing in terms of permanent residency. Mr. Speaker, we are noticing and we are experiencing demographic change in Fiji. We are seeing some really quite profound structural changes in our population. We are seeing declining fertility rates and birth rates, outward migration, urbanization, as is normal when a larger percentage of women get into the labor force, highly educated, delayed marriages, smaller families, rising education levels. All these factors help to slow down the rate of growth of our population. I know there's been a number of projections, a number of people who have done these projections have made in the past and are still making. We are also seeing a growth in population, but increasingly at a diminishing rate, at a slower rate as we move forward. The last census, Mr. Speaker, did shed some light, in terms of the demographic composition of the various ethnic groups. And again, it's very clear that our Ethiopia population by 2030 would be somewhere around 68 to 70%. The Indo-Fijian population could be between 24 to 26%, but the projections, recent projections show that it could be much lower. So in the long run, Mr. Speaker, say the amendments to the Immigration Act, I mean, if you look at countries like Australia and New Zealand, they have a immigration PR policy, permanent residence policy, and they have very strict guidelines as to the kind of people that could apply for permanent residence and as a step forward to citizenship later. So I think the presentation of these bills and the support that we've got from all the honourable members of Parliament is a very significant step, and I think it will allow us to think further in terms of our population policy, our immigration policy, our ability to attract not only skilled people, but tied together with areas where we might need specific technical skills that are in short supply or would become short supply. In fact, my own projections, Mr. Speaker, suggest that I think we have the next census in 2027. The last one we had was in 2017. And by the next census after 2027, by 2037, we might actually find that our net population growth may not be a growth at all. So that also has long-term implications on the economy, on the domestic market, on the levels of investment. So I think this government has recognized that, and that's why in 2023 we started with this amendment to make sure that we give a pathway to our diaspora and their children and grandchildren to come back and contribute to our national well-being and be part of Fiji's journey towards our national development. And Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said this many times about the National Development Plan, our vision to become a high-income country by 2050 will depend a lot on our quality of education, our productivity, our population's ability to aid to that productivity, investment, and improvement in the overall quality of skills that would be available in the country. So in that respect, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the three bills. And again, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for and on all his staff for bringing this bill to Parliament. And I think this is a very, very significant achievement in light of what we had already done by the coalition government in terms of understanding and looking forward and putting policies that will be significantly supportive of Fiji's growth and development in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Professor Iman Prasad. I will now call on the Honourable Minister to speak in reply. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Maybe I will address, first of all, the issues raised by Honourable Kumar on the powers to consult the National Security Council. Let me just say that all the powers that are listed that you see in the amendment are just the current powers that is there in the current act. We restructured the act and put all the ministers' power together in that part and the permanent secretary's power. That power to that clause where the minister has to consult with the National Security Council is to really affirm the Security Council to confirm that that decision to disrupt somebody's life and make him a prohibited immigrant and follow the processes that has to go is correct. I see it that way, that it's really the sounding board for that very big decision that the minister makes to declare somebody a prohibited immigrant. On the bank accounts, these three pieces of legislation, they do two things. One, they catch up to the modern way we are running immigration right now. So the three bills catch up and cover the way we are operating so that we can legally covered in that sense. And it has a bit of forward-looking in the bill, hence the bank account, and I'm talking about the bank account clause that it is there. Immigration, now we are going to have the power to issue infringement notices. One. The API PNR system that we're getting, that system is a self-funding system. It's going to fund itself, and the bank account that we are, the clause that has the bank account in there is really forward-looking, that when those money come in, that they can go straight away to that bank account. The way it is managed, I think, will be dealt with properly in the future when we do have. But the bigger vision for the Ministry of Immigration is that it eventually becomes a self-funding statutory authority like Customs. It has very much the ability to be a self-funded organization, reduce the cost of government. It is the second biggest contributor to, I think next to Customs is immigration in the fees and charges that we give to government. So it is forward-looking in the sense if government decides to make it a statutory authority and be just self-funded, that it can enhance those facility that is already in the Act right now, like the bank account. Let me just give you a quick example. In Nandi, when you come to the booth in Nandi, the primary line officer that stamps your passport is from Customs. The boss in that area is the immigration officer who is standing at the back. And if there's something that needs to be referred, it is referred to the immigration officer. The primary line officer who's sitting in front, his or her salary is almost 3 times bigger than the immigration officer who is the referral officer at the back, the boss. Only because Customs is a statutory authority, they get paid better. And that is the vision that we have for immigration, and these pieces of legislation that we will approve today is really forward-looking and preparing the ministry if government wants to allow it to head that way. If I may just, Mr. Speaker, sir, just take this opportunity to thank a few people. First, the former ministers for immigration who started this in 2024. They brought to cabinet the request to conduct a review, was approved. Honorable Pio Tikundundua, the chair of the committees, Justice, Law and Human Rights. It was easy for us to go to the committee. He's a former, had the portfolio as the assistant minister in that ministry, the Honorable Prime Minister, also as the Minister for Immigration. And I'd like to thank Honorable Vakula Lambure and his Justice, Law and Human Rights Standing Committee. Thank you for the very fast turnaround, the 2 weeks when we referred the act to you. I thank the Law Reform Commission, the Office of the Solicitor General, their drafters. I know they're loaded. Mr. David Solvalu, our legal consultant. The IOM, who funded the review and provided some technical expertise. Thank you for all that contributed to the motion today. And of course, the management and staff of immigration. I know they're watching this from the office, and they're eagerly awaiting to hear you gavel these 3 pieces of legislation and enact it tonight. I hope you'll hit it much louder so that they can hear it from Wallaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Minister for Immigration. Honourable members, we will now vote. Question is pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Friday, 1st of May 2026, that the following bills be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Immigration Amendment Bill of 2026, the Passports Amendment Bill of 2026, and Citizen of Fiji Amendment Bill 2026. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes the motion, is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
The following bills. 1, a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act 2003, Bill number 6 of 2026. 2, a bill for an act to amend the Passports Act 2002, Bill number 7 of 2026. And 3, a bill for an act to amend the Citizenship of Fiji Act 2009, Bill number 8 of 2026, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
Thank you, honourable members. Secretary General.
Adjournment.
I now call on the Leader of the Government in Parliament, the Honourable Rofilipe Tuisoau, to move his motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament adjourns until Friday, 26 June 2026 at 10 a.m.
Seconder.
Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that Parliament adjourns until Friday, 26th of June 2026 at 10 a.m. Does any member oppose? No. Since no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Honourable members, that concludes our sitting for the week. I thank you all for your contribution throughout this week. Condensing 5 days' work to 4 is not an easy task and demands a lot of your time and energy in getting your act together. Your secretariat, too, have worked hard. And in the words of our Master Ndrovesi, our renowned Fijian schoolmaster, they have rose to the occasion. And I am proud of the Secretary General and her team. Honourable members, you too have worked hard well into the night. And in the 4 days, you have achieved important milestones in very critical areas of our national life. One cannot help but be moved by the Minister of Forestry's emotions as she moved her motion on the Mahogany Bill. So from the chair, honourable members, you all deserve a good break and rest. So I now declare Parliament adjourned until Friday, 26th of June at 10 a.m.